Hi. Introducing County Governor Göran Enander.
Dear guests and viewers, regardless of whether you are here with us in the State Hall of Uppsala Castle or joining us via the webcast, it's my honor to welcome you to Uppsala Life 2020. The past month have put serious restrictions on our normal way of doing things, not least on our ability to meet and to travel. I'm sorry to say that Uppsala right now is the epicenter in Sweden for new affected by COVID-19 per capita. So take care and keep distance. Last year, I stood on this same stage and welcomed over 300 guests to the first Uppsala Life event. This feedback from last year was expressing a huge need to meet and learn from each other. But with the present restriction upon us, it's not possible to host a similar event. However, we cannot consider us innovative if we cannot stand up to the challenges facing us just now. Uppsala is one of the oldest cities in Sweden and has played a dominant role in the political and historical development of our country since the time of exploring Vikings. At the same time, this is a city that embraces change and innovation. And I would say that maintaining a balance between the protection of the old and the embracing of the new has become a symbol of Uppsala. So our strive for innovation started early and continues to this day. And within walking distance from this hall, you will find two world-class universities, Uppsala University and Swedish University for Agriculture Sciences. But you will also find a top-ranked innovation support system, well-established spaces for innovation, and many internationally renowned cutting-edge companies. And this year's theme of Uppsala Life is Innovate for Sustainable Growth. And the combination of sustainability and growth is not always perceived as a match. Thus, it's a challenge not just trying to overcome, it's necessary. And if any sector can utilize its innovative power to grow sustainable, maybe it's life science. Uppsala hosts more than 100 life science companies engaging over 6,000 employees with a total turnaround of more than 33 billion Swedish crowns. And being a relatively small city of approximately 235,000 inhabitants, or 2% of the total Swedish population, these are very strong numbers. And the innovative power, as well as the commercial outcome from Uppsala, is also valuable for Sweden as a whole. I wish you and me a great event, new inspiration all over Uppsala, and perhaps some new connections that might make this community even stronger. Until that, I hereby declare Uppsala Life 2020 for opened. Thank you.
Thank you very much, County Governor. I'm also super thrilled to stand in front of you today. I did the same thing last year, which was the first Uppsala Life. And at that time, I was only 1 month into my new role as managing director of Stuns Life Science. My name is Björn Arvidsson. Last time, I spoke about 4 things. I spoke about the community, globalization, convergence, and perspectives. What most people actually remember, though, was, touching upon what Göran said, was that Sweden is a very small country and Uppsala is very small in terms of population in relation to total of Sweden. So if we are 2% of the total population of Sweden and Sweden is less than 1 per mil of the world population, you can understand how small we are in relation. Thus, we need to think and act differently. Thus, we need to make sure to have strong value chains. Thus, we need to be relevant. And being relevant might sound easy, but there's a strong competition out there. A few years ago, there was an analysis made in terms of branding for Uppsala. And one of the reasons, or one of the foundings of this analysis was actually that we compete with 2.7 million other cities, 3,000 large cities and 455 megalopolises. So even if we can't really compare ourselves to 2.7 million other cities, it's quite obvious that all of us actually look for the same thing. We want talents, we want external investments, and we want established companies coming from the outside. Another thing to be relevant is, of course, to be able to understand what's happening in the rest of the world. And being such a small community as we are in Sweden and Uppsala, we need to work even harder. When we look at the strategies for life science in Uppsala, we look at 4 different pillars. One of them is, of course, digitalization and a digital transformation. That is a force that we cannot oversee. The other one is, it's maybe harsh to say war of competences, but at least there is a competition of competences. And we can also see that there are shorter life cycles, shorter time of golden standards out there. And all of this makes us go into a more convergence situation where different industries actually come closer to each other or even overlap. There are some other trends as well that fit into this. I just want to touch upon them to be able to make you to understand and lift your eyes to the horizon a bit. One of those is actually that everything will be upgraded and it goes fast, and that causes change. And that means that we need to adapt to change. And a few examples of that you can see on this is, of course, everything we do around sequencing, everything we do with quantum computing, artificial intelligence, or 3D bioprinting and whatever. That goes extremely fast. The second trend I would like to touch upon is that everything will be smart and connected. And that means that it can be monitored somehow. And examples of that is, of course, that we have smart sensors. We have life log and nudging, Internet of Things, brain-computer interfaces, facial recognition. We even have nano-sized machines, which was one of the Nobel laureates of 2016, where we can have small machines in our bloodstream that can assist us in what we want to do in terms of life science. And the third super trend I would like to talk about is that everything will be predictable. And if it's predictable, it can be preventable, but we need help with the interpretation. And we can see trends talking about personalization. We see a lot of genetic testing. We talk about a more holistic view of our body with nutrition and diets coming in. And we will hear more about that coming in this program, especially from Green Innovation Park, which will be the next slot in the program. And all of this comes back to these 4 pillars. This is the background, what we're looking for. And if the digitalization is such a strong force, as we say, it's not just life science that looks for these competencies. It will be all other sectors as well. So it's the bottleneck of everything is competences within this field, in ICT and tech and so on. So how can we be relevant? How can we make sure to attract those talents? We're not just competing with them between different sectors, we also compete in the whole world for this, because they are also attractive in other parts of the world. And then, of course, there is the pandemic. That changes everything. What the pandemic has taught me somehow is that we can prepare, we can have plans, we can make strategic decisions and so on, but the external forces always have a higher power on the inner systems, which means that we can prepare as much as we can, but when the pandemic comes, we have to change everything. We have to re-look back on our value chains. And there are other things, of course, which is very positive with the pandemic, is that I honestly believe that it's life science that will solve it. It's you that will solve it, because it will be some kind of medical intervention or something else that we're looking upon to solve the pandemic. But it's also very obvious that it's a global challenge. It's something that affects us all. It's not just for us. And that also means that we can solve it together. And we have seen a few examples of that in the world. In the beginning, of course, there were more competition, but now we understand that we need to collaborate. And that is a positive sign, I would say. And that's a positive trend. If we can continue to work like that, that would be very positive for us in terms of networking with other strong clusters in the world. Due to that, I would like to emphasize a bit more on ecosystems. And why ecosystems then? It's quite obvious that we can't just, sub-optimize our own system. We can't just look into just life science or even just biotech or even just medtech or diagnostic. We have to look broader than that. And in that terms, it becomes more holistic, but it's also more complex. It's more complex for us to understand. Göran mentioned, and you know from the program, that the theme for this conference is Innovate for Sustainable Growth. First, I want to touch upon the term of life science. It's a quite well discussed. It's pretty sure that not most organizations actually see themselves as life science organizations. It's not even obvious that they see themselves as a sub-terms of life science, which could be biotech or pharma or whatever. And thus, I think it's still a good term, but we have to present it in a good way. I often say, like the slide says, for me, life science is the ability to understand and improve the qualities of life. And I think that's actually, it covers it most. The understanding part is everything that we need, the information necessary, either in research or to make the best decisions. And to improve could be either improve where we're at or improve when you're really sick or something else. And the qualities of life, yeah, that's quite obvious actually. That's what it's all about. Life science is also tomorrow's healthcare. And that connection is not always obvious to everyone. But we can see that whatever life science comes out with, hopefully will be seen in healthcare tomorrow. And with healthcare, I even include health and prevention, and not just reactive care. So what about innovation? Innovation is one part of the theme. We're quite, what do you say, not spoiled, but we're very fortunate that Scandinavia, Nordics, Sweden, we always are the top ranked in terms of innovation. It could be that we have a high number of intellectual property. It could be that we have a culture that actually gives us opportunities to innovate and be creative and so on. But we're very fortunate, and that is a good building ground for what we're doing, not just within life science, but when life science converge with other fields as well. I have a friend whom I look up to a lot. He actually has an argument that innovation in Scandinavia and Nordics, actually at least one part of it comes from adapt to change, and especially adapt to seasonal changes. As you know, everyone who has visited Sweden or the Nordics knows that going from a very cold winter through the spring to a kind of a warm summer and then autumn and then back to winter. So in 1 year, we actually go from maybe minus 30 centigrade and in the summer, maybe plus 30 centigrade. That puts a lot of strain on any culture, especially a long time ago when you have to think about how to find your food or how to store your food or how to build your housing or living quarters or whatever. And his argument then is that taught us to be able to adapt to change much faster, which is a good building ground for innovation. But innovation is also a journey for me. We don't stop innovating. We don't stop making things better. We continuously improve all the things we have. And we need to continue to do that. And that is extremely important. And one example of that I want to share with you is within HIV and AIDS. I guess most of you remember the times in the 80s, actually, when many people actually were affected by HIV and AIDS. It was a very severe disease. And the first interventions that we had, they were medicines. It kept the patients alive, but they were incapacitated. And they were so incapacitated that they actually had to take time off their treatment to be able to live their lives. And that is kind of sad. And that is not the kind of value we want to bring in medicine. Fortunately, we continued to innovate. We came with new generations of treatments. We came with combination of treatments. And today, we're very fortunate that any person with HIV actually can take one pill in the morning and actually live whatever life they want with whoever they want without being afraid of actually contaminating someone else. And I think that's fantastic. And it's just due to that we continued to innovate even when we had a solution. Sustainability then. Often in terms of sustainability, we think about the green, the ecology, the environment. And that is one thing. It's super important, of course. But we also have two other dimensions. We have the social dimension with people and places, and we have the economic dimension. And all of these three are equally important. And it also shows the whole idea of an ecosystem where we need to make sure that all of these three actually works together. The first one, I won't say it's simple. I think the economic one is maybe the one we struggle with most, to find new business models where we think we have business models already. But as County Governor said, this is necessary. We need to work with this. And I think if there's any field, it's life science that actually can be in the forefront of this. Another concept that I like a lot is the concept of One Health. It touches upon sustainability, it touches upon ecosystems, where we are very fond of talking about human medicine, or we're very fond of looking just about our body. We don't look at the environment. I would like us to look a bit broader with a more holistic view and see the animal health, the environmental health and so on, and look at the bigger picture. When you have a headache or whatever, what do? You take a painkiller. Does it solve the problem? No, it solves the symptom. But you have no idea why you have a headache. And if you continue to have a headache the next day and you just kill the symptom, you don't treat anything. You maybe treat the symptom, but you have no idea actually what's the reason behind it. And I think with the One Health more approach to it, we will find out what rationale is actually behind those things for every occasion. And it's super important, and we need to look at that out of an ecosystem perspective. So we're here in Uppsala. Uppsala is part of Sweden, part of the Nordics. I also know that there's some people, viewers, that actually comes from other parts of the world, which we're very fortunate about. And not all of you might know a lot about Uppsala. Uppsala is quite famous for its silhouette, which we also have in this picture. And when talking to our colleagues at the municipality, they are quite onto us saying, if you're going to show a picture of Uppsala, show one with construction cranes. Because Uppsala is also one of the fastest growing cities in Sweden, has been for a long time. And it's also one of the biggest infrastructure projects that we have. Where we today are 235,000 inhabitants in the county, so to say, or in the municipality, we will grow to 350,000 within the next 30 years. And doing that, we also need to do that in a sustainable manner. Uppsala is also very fortunate in terms of opportunities. This is from a report coming from the Nordic Council of Ministers. It's published in January 2020, and it actually shows that Uppsala, apart from the capital regions, is actually the region which has the most growth potential. And a lot of that has to do with that we have strong universities. A lot of it has to do that we have a very highly educated population. A lot of it has to do with that we have a close proximity to an international airport and the capital region of Stockholm. But also, of course, that we have a very strong life science sector. And I just want to repeat what County Governor Göran Enander told you about having more than 100 companies in Uppsala, and they employ over 6,000 employees in the private sector, and they have a revenue of over 33 billion Swedish crowns, which I think is quite fantastic. Some of these numbers you can find on this slide. And we also, apart from this, actually, we have this academic hospital, the university hospital in Uppsala. That is the human medicine. But then we also have an academic hospital for veterinary medicine as well in Ultuna, out where we have the Swedish Agricultural University. And we also have 3 authorities in Uppsala that are within the field of life science. We have the veterinary agency, the national one. We also have the food agency, and we have the medical products agency, which is kind of an advantage actually, because they're very close, and since we're such a small city, it's easy to get in contact with them, or even, you know, being in networks where you can meet these people and learn a lot from it. So I think the coming back to the community point, it's extremely important. In terms of competences then, I was talking about the war of competences, or at least that we compete for competences. Having 235,000 inhabitants, which of though actually more than 45,000 are students, which is very good because we have such strong universities. But if we look a bit broader also, if you go 100 kilometers up north to Sandviken or Gävle, if you go 100 kilometers south to Södertälje where AstraZeneca has their sites and so on, if you go 100 kilometers west to Västerås, then we have an uptake of competences for more than 2.5 million people. And that is still within commuting distance, which is very good because most people can commute for 1 hour. And that is a strength as well. So we also need to work more regionally together with our close neighbors, and not just internationally, even though we want to work more internationally, so to say. We're also very fortunate to have 3 science parks. And if you look at this map, for those of you who don't recognize, we have in the lower left corner, we have at least a map of Sweden. And then we have marked in orange the county itself. And within the county, we have the city of Uppsala, which you can see, which is taken from Google Maps. And as you can see in the city center, very close to where we are at the castle, we have the Uppsala Science Park. And in the south, we have the Green Innovation Park, which is part of the Swedish Agricultural University. And with the red sign, we have the Uppsala Business Park. Uppsala Science Park was actually one of the reasons why Stuns, the foundation for which I work, is actually came to be, because the whole reason for that was to build the first science park. And Uppsala Business Park is the old Pharmacia facilities. And today, the program we're going to experience for a few hours, we will see that coming back to that we can't meet 300 or 400 people again. The idea we had to be able to meet as many people as possible and at the same time show as much of Uppsala as possible, we have distributed to different hubs. So we will have program slots being shown from all these different sites. And I think in that case, we're able to be as many as we are here in the castle. We can be approximately as many at these different sites. So at least 4 times the people that we can fit into the restrictions actually can meet for this conference. And at the same time, we film everything and we show it in a sequential manner, which means that you can see it online as well and see the whole program in itself. And we believe that's the best solution we can have for the situation we are with the pandemic. So we will have 45-minute slots, and then we'll have 15-minute breaks in between each program slots. And in these breaks, we actually will show you some teaser movies where we ask the organizations in Uppsala how they work with sustainability or sustainable development. So they have made very short movies about that, which we'll show in the breaks. But we'll also in the breaks, we will actually meet my colleague, Mikolai. He will travel in between these different sites. And hopefully, if the technology will be on our side, he will be able to catch some people and discuss with them what we have experienced so far on that program slot. And then he will travel to the next one. So we'll see if that works. But he has a Vespa, so he's quite fast though. And I don't know if you saw on the map though, but it's actually only 5 kilometers in between each site. So it goes quite fast. And that is one of the opportunities with having such a small city with such a high density of life science. So what I would like is for all of us to bring this with us, the ecosystem, what we will experience. Coming from the Agricultural University Green Innovation Park, we will see maybe a different kind of life science. Not the human medicine side, more sustainable, maybe more about food and dietary challenges and so on. We also know that the Swedish Agricultural University, they invest a lot into digitalization and artificial intelligence, and then combine it with sciences about our behavior and economy as well, which I think also fits very well into the One Health situation. So with that, I hope I'm in time, because making this kind of production means that we need to fit everything in on time. So the next stop we'll go to for the next 45 minutes will be the Green Innovation Park. And as I mentioned, there's a lot of small entrepreneurs sitting there in this kind of an incubator and science park environment. And they all do very interesting things. And I hope that they can share that with us. And I don't know really if we have a connection to Green Innovation Park yet, where we will meet with Anna Mankert and Urban Eriksson from the Swedish Agricultural University's holding company, and also the hosts of Green Innovation Park, to see if they're ready to kick off their part of the program that we will experience for the next 45 minutes. Do we have contact? Otherwise, I have to tell a joke, I guess.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, Uppsala Life, and very welcome to this session at Green Innovation Park, the Southern City's hot melting pot for green innovations and sustainable companies. My name is Urban Eriksson, and I'm the CEO of SLU Holding, in which Green Innovation Park is one of 3 closely connected business areas. The other 2 business areas are first, innovation support, which we do in order to find, verify, and develop interesting ideas from SLU students and researchers. Number 2 is seed investments in interesting projects originating from SLU's broad area of research. We have a very inspiring and fine assignment, and that is to contribute to sustainable growth and a positive social development together with researchers and students. Today, we will focus on the activities here in Green Innovation Park, and therefore Anna Mankert, business developer here in the park, will now talk about how Green Innovation Park and the business here can help you as an entrepreneur, researcher, or student to meet and work together in order to build an innovative culture and contribute to a sustainable future. Please, Anna, the floor and the digital area is yours.
Thank you, Urban. We are facing major challenges regarding the climate and our environment. And we believe that to be able to meet these challenges, we need to work across borders of industries, across borders of businesses, across borders of knowledge. And therefore, we create arenas where investors, academy, business, and students can meet and create new ideas and help each other to create ideas that will give us a better future and a more sustainable one. First and foremost, we're offering membership. If you become a member in Green Innovation Park, you can not only use our premises, but the most important thing is that we can help you connect to other members and to other partners that we have, and also to the SLU, the university. And they can help you with knowledge that you don't have yourself. We also have different levels of membership. You can start up and use our premises, our activity-based co-workingship in our very creative premises. And you can go up to have your own square meters from a few to many. And you can also become a member if you don't are situated here. That's also a possibility if you want to contribute to our network. Today we have about 50 members that works in various areas such as solar energy, sustainable cultivation, life science, community building, and much more. And today you will meet two of our members. You will meet Grönovation, that will talk about how they work with sustainable food and medicine, supported by AI, artificial light, and more. And you will also meet Diversify, that will tell you about how they have found new possibilities for us to work with digital public health. And if you want to know more about our members, you can look at our webpage where you can see all of our 50 members. As I said before, one of the keys of Green Innovation Park is to build and manage a network and make it possible for our members to find knowledge that they don't have themselves. And another way that we work with that is also our events. We make a lot of different events, and here are some of them. Every Friday we have a networking breakfast. Right now it's digital, and next Friday you'll be able to meet the Swedish Farmers Association, LRF, who will tell you how they work with sustainability. And so check on our webpage to see what's happening around the breakfast. And if you want to know more about how you can use your brain in a better way, you can connect to our Green Inspiration Hour, the 22nd of October, where you can meet Ulrika Ahlqvist. She's a former teacher and that works together with brain scientists. And she will tell you how you can work with your brain instead of against your brain, which we usually do nowadays, actually. We also work with a method, an innovation method from Stanford University called design thinking. It's a method for idea development with a user, focus on the user, and where you make really early prototypes in cardboard or a role play, or just work with Lego to get a quick reaction from your user to know what really works and what doesn't. And we have a small digital crash course here in Green Innovation Park, the 4th of November. And today you will also meet a researcher from SLU, Elin Rös, and you will have a short talk from her today. But if you want to listen more to her, you can listen to her the 17th of November on our Green Inspiration Hour. And as I said, we have a lot of different events, so check out our webpage and follow us in social media on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn to see what's happening. And you can also connect to us. You have our email addresses here, and check on our webpage and sign up for our newsletter. And please come and visit us. Today, unfortunately, you cannot see our premises. That is really nice, but you'll see a small teaser film to see what it looks like here. It's quite a creative environment. So we have open every day from 8 to 4. So if you want to see it for real, you're very welcome to visit us. So now it's time for the next slot in our program for today.
Okay, we welcome our second speaker, Dr. Saruch Ramachandra, CEO of Grönovation. and of course, a proud member of Green Innovation Park. Saroush is a real serial entrepreneur within the green area. Today, he will talk about sustainable food and medicine supported by artificial intelligence, artificial light, and more. Please, Saroush, show us what effective and sustainable cultivation of the future will look like.
Thank you, Urban. Hello, everyone. My name is Sarosh Ramachandra. I'm the CEO of Gronavahun AB, and the title of my talk today would be Sustainable Food and Medicine Supported by AI and Artificial Light. And I would like to give a brief introduction about our company. And we are a spin-off from the Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, which is founded based on the research and experience by the founders for the past more than 12 years. And this is a joint venture currently between SLU Holding, Carolina Ventures, and Nord Group. Looking at the challenge for clean and nutritious food that we have, I mean, it's globally as well as locally as well. One important factor is the extensive use of pesticides to grow plants. And this impacts a lot on the consumers. Even though there are hard restrictions, but circumstances make the farmers use pesticides in order to make the level of production for them to keep up with the capacity. And the second one, if we look at globally, for us in Sweden, we import more than 80% of vegetables all through the year. And during the winter seasons, which is the most part of the season, we have heavy problems in the supply chain. For example, the lands where we import from, the countries, they suffer extensively during winters, and we have a lot of problems in the supply chain as well. And if we look at the nutrition levels in green vegetables and fruits for the past 50 years, if we compare the data and currently to now, we see that there is a lot of reduction in nutrition that we currently consume currently. And this is an alarming fact. And this is because of a very non-technological method of growing currently that is being used. Apart from these challenges, now COVID-19 has hit us very badly, both at the production level as well as in the supply chain. And in early March, there was a prognosis here from the food agency saying that there could be a shortage of fresh and green vegetables, which did occur later on in the coming months as well. And many experts in the agri and the food tech industry say that probably COVID-19 is a recovery, is a good chance for us to transform global agriculture. Based on these challenges, we at Gronavahun have come up with a few solutions for sustainable food production. And Gronavahun is basically a food and agri-tech company where we focus on developing novel technologies for indoor growing of plants. And we have developed a very unique way of growing plants in an indoor facility where we grow plants and deliver fresh and nutritious food, which is both for normal food consumption as well as for the medical industry, which is grown with precision. With our technology, we do not use any pesticides. It's zero, not even organic pesticides. And we consume less than 95% of water compared to traditional agriculture. And we can deliver products within 1 hour of transport locally. Apart from that, we have a very fine balance of biological and technological nutrients. This makes our growing facility very unique and with minimal amount of impact on the environment and very economically feasible as well. And in the long run, we want to have this entire growing facility in a very sustainable manner by employing non-consumable or renewable energy as well. Coming to the innovation that we have developed, one major factor what we have come up with is a very unique automated AI-driven indoor growing facility where from the first stage, that is from seeding to growing and harvesting is carried out by robots. So there is minimal manual labor here, which reduces the risk of diseases that we find, especially when we grow green vegetables. And the second major part is we have developed a very unique AI-driven plant quantity monitoring system. Here, what we do is we collect thousands of data for every crop, and we have developed algorithms for optimal taste, color, texture, and nutrition. Thereby, you can taste the signs of flavor in our leafy greens. Looking at some of the major factors that are needed for plant growth, obviously, we all know that sunlight is most important factor. We have tried to understand how nature works. So for the past several years, we have been trying to understand what exactly from the spectrum of sunlight is required for different plants. So we have developed, based on the data that we have studied, a very smart LED spectrum technology where we can deliver the plants a tailor-made spectrum to the plants. And this can be steered according to the age of the plant, the developmental phase, and where we can also increase the nutrients in the plants and also improve the taste and texture in the plants. Apart from this, we have developed, as we earlier also talked about, prevention methods. Whenever we grow plants, there is a lot of challenges that occur due to pests, pathogens, and weather conditions as well. So we have also developed an automated disease scouting method where we can detect any diseases that occurs in a very early stage, thereby preventing a major onslaught of disease. And this is the same for nutrient deficiency. So we balance the nutrition in all through the growing phase of the production. And further, we have created a very automated climate creation technology wherein we have a fine balance of the weather conditions. For example, we mimic the natural conditions that is required for the plants. And our major value proposition in this is taste. So we improve the taste in the plants and also keep up with the nutrition in the plants. Currently, we operate in the name of Daily Plant. Daily Plant is our brand name, and we grow a lot of green vegetables as well as medicinal plants and supply to local facilities here. These are a few examples that we grow, including the medicinal plants. And another major part of our company's activity is we conduct a lot of research and development on active pharmaceutical ingredients. This is of major interest for many pharmaceutical industries. Here, we work from the first stage. We have selected medicinal plants that we try to improve their growth conditions. For example, by growing in our technology, we can improve or enhance the active metabolites in the plants. And the second step is to also efficiently manage the extraction methods in the plants so that we can improve the fine product that has been extracted. So minimize waste in the downstream processing. And these fine molecules that are extracted, which are of very much use to pharma, nutraceuticals, and the cosmetic industry. And I'm very glad to present our team. Our team consists of scientific background, technological background as well, and the business community. And our board consists of all the major shareholders, starting from Henrik Landgren, who is the chairman of the company, and he's also a senior business advisor at SLE Holding. And I'm very glad to present our advisory board. So we have very eminent business community people from Sweden. And that starts from Urban Eriksson, who is the CEO of SLE Holding, Matthias and Mikael from Carolina Ventures. And we have Johan Meyer, who is a professor and vice dean at SLU. And Johan has been my mentor for more than a decade. And Pio and Uwe are serial entrepreneurs from Uppsala. And I would like to thank the organizers for giving us an opportunity to present Kronovahon. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarush. I have at least one question. What about the nutrition state and the taste from your indoor plants? Is it the same as vegetables grown in black soil.
Yes, it's much better than that, because we have a fine balance when we grow the plants, because we maintain optimal conditions, and with our precision lighting we can increase the nutrient levels as well. So it's much better, tastier, and more flavorful.
Another sustainable question is, what about the energy consumption in your pilot hole, what do you call it, in your growing hole?
Yes. So when it comes to major energy consumption, the major consumption is, of course, the artificial light, and we work together with on the belief of Heitz's law. Heitz's law is on LED systems, where it has been shown that in a decade's time, the value or the composition or the price of the LEDs are going down by 10 times, and the productivity increases by 20 times. So thereby, it's becoming more cheaper nowadays with the LEDs.
If you compare production right with normal farming, what is the difference?
Yes, with our production facility, we can have more than 30 times of productive area. So thereby, it's much more economical. We can grow in a very dense area at the minimal economic expensive.
One final question. What is the next step in building of your company?
Yes. So we are looking for also collaborative partners, both in the medical side as well, like pharmaceutical companies. And also we want to expand much in a bigger scale, both locally and internationally as well.
Okay, that's fine. You need capital then?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically, we need more capital.
Yeah, I reckon you say that. Okay, thank you very much for your interesting speech.
Thank you, Urban.
And now we welcome Elin Röse, a researcher and associate senior lecturer at SLU. You know everything about cultivation, why, how, and to whom. So please. Something. Okay, there it is. There. Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot for the invitation. So I'm a researcher here at the Agricultural University, and my field of research is the sustainability of food systems and diets, and especially looking at the environmental sustainability. And today I'm going to give you a short introduction to the major challenges related to how we produce food, and especially looking at the climate impact of the food we eat. Because of course, food, as you know, has major impacts on our health, but it also has major impacts on the planet. So this is some data from the Swedish Environmental Protection Agency on greenhouse gas emissions per capita. So here they have divided all the emissions caused by consumption of different products into different categories. And you see that food is a major contributor actually to greenhouse gas emissions. You see also the big blue part in the bottom, and that's our public consumption. So that also contains some food. So when looking at reaching our climate targets, we need also to deal with the food we eat. So looking more specifically at this, where do the emissions arise? So the food system is, of course, both the farming part and also the processing, transports that comes after the farming. And approximately 15 to 25% of the emissions arise during farming. So that's some from, of course, fossil fuel use in farming, but most of it is from biological processes, actually. It's methane from ruminants and nitrous oxides from soils. And then you see that you can add 5–10% from these post-farm processes. Looking at different food groups then, where do the emissions arise? So this is a study we did a few years ago looking at the average Swedish diet. And you can see that the major contributor to the emissions from the Swedish diet is beef. So that's about 30%, and then we have other meat and egg, 23%, dairy, 17%, and the rest, fruits and vegetables, cereals, contribute much less. And then we have the other foods, which includes things like coffee, tea, sweets, and other things that we maybe don't really need in the amounts that we consume currently. So this is, of course, why we talk a lot about the need to decrease the animal consumption in this part of the world where we consume a lot. Because we can also see that it differs a lot between different countries. So this is the same type of figures, the greenhouse gas emissions per capita per year coming from food. And you can see that for the low income countries, the emissions are much less than from the high income countries. So there's a huge variation here across countries, depending, of course, on the eating patterns in the different countries. But it's also a bit hopeful because we can actually, with quite easy measures, drastically reduce the emissions from what we eat. But the thing with food is that it's not only climate. There's several other ways that the food production affects the environment. So I don't know if you're familiar with this type of figure, but what you can see here in the middle is a circle, and that is the boundaries to the planetary boundaries, which illustrates how much stress we can put on the Earth's systems in different environmental areas and still be safe, so to say. And this picture shows it for the food system specifically. And what we have done here is that we assessed the Swedish diet compared to these boundaries. And what you can see is that the Swedish diet, the average Swedish diet, exceeds the boundaries for all but one area, which is water use, because still we have quite a lot of rain in most years, at least in Sweden. But when it comes to extinction rate, that's the rate in which we affect biodiversity so that different species go extinct. And when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions, the use of cropland, and also the amounts of fertilizers in the form of phosphorus and nitrogen that we apply, we heavily exceed these boundaries for the average Swedish diet. So what do we need to do? So we need to consider greenhouse gas emissions, of course, and all these other impacts. And what we can do then is, if you simplify this, it's basically three things. So we can improve production, of course, we can produce better. And that includes increasing the efficiency, of course, producing more with less. And also then looking towards technical innovations, of course, and also optimizing the management, because we know a lot about how to manage and farm more sustainably, but we're not implementing that to its full extent. And then, of course, we need to reduce all food losses and waste. I think many people are aware that we throw away a lot of food. One figure is about 1/3 of the food we produce, we actually ends up in waste in different ways, which is, of course, a big waste, because we produce and we create all these emissions and impacts, and then we throw away the food. So that needs to change, of course. And that's a consequence, of course, that food is so cheap. Okay, this moves. I'm not doing it. That's, yeah. So, and then, but finally, what we need to do is also to change diets, of course. As you saw, a lot of the impacts come from the livestock products, and there it's more difficult to change that with innovations, because we deal with these biological processes that are quite difficult to manage. So one very important thing is, of course, to accomplish this protein shift, where we move from eating a lot of livestock products like we do currently in the Western diet, more towards the plants. And here's a lot of innovation going on in this area to develop more products that are more easily acceptable by people. We don't really have to invent any new crops. We have all the nutrients that we need. but we need to accomplish a shift in people's minds to move away from eating so much meat and eating more plants. So here we need also a lot of social innovations, I would say, to how can we shift consumption and make this the attractive choice for consumers. So just summing up with this picture again of the things we need to do. And what is also an important message is that we need to do all of this. Because when we look into the future towards 2050, when we're 10 billion people on the earth, to produce that much food and to do that sustainably, we need both to improve production, reduce losses and waste, and change the diet. So we will not get far enough with just one of these measures. We need to work hard in all these areas. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. It's very interesting. And you will talk, make a longer speech. Was it 2 weeks? Okay. But I have a question. What new alternative protein do you think will be dominating in the future?
Yeah, there's lots going on in research in that area, both from new animal sources, more sustainable ones, and also when it comes to plants. But as I said, I think we have most of the raw material. So it's a matter of processing those into forms that people will eat more easily, because not all will turn to just the legumes in their basic forms that they are today. But proteins in cereals and legumes, I think, is the future for protein, for the big mass production. And then we also need to look at fat, actually, and that's coming more and more now. It's not that difficult to switch to plant proteins, but fats, it's a bit trickier because all production of vegetable fats is problematic in some way. So that's a challenge coming up also.
Okay. Yeah, we have a plant protein factory in Alnarp where we try to use residues from harvest, which go to the gas company, but use the proteins instead. And we hope that will solve part of the problem. Thank you very much, and don't miss your next speech. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, now to our fourth speaker, Anders Murman. You will talk about digital public health, new possibilities. You're CEO of Diversify, and you are also a very proud member of Green Innovation Park. Yes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks, and Björn at Stuns for having us here today to talk about new opportunities in digital public health. Let me just check on the presentation here. It's not the right one up. That one. Perfect, thank you. So my name is Anders Murman. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Diversify, an Uppsala-based startup. I have a Master of Science in Engineering Physics from here at Uppsala University, and I have worked all my life in leading software and hardware development in medical technology companies in various clinical fields such as radiation oncology, pulmonology, and pharmacology. Diversify, develop, and commercialize mobile electronic devices and apps to monitor biomarkers for individual health and chronic diseases in new ways. And our vision is that everyone should understand their own health. We started the company 3 years ago based on three unique product ideas addressing three of the main killers in the world today: obesity, smoking, and cardiac diseases. In all societal and business development, the narrative is sustainability, or should be. And there's sustainability from three perspectives: environmental, economical, and societal. And where these three areas meet, you have the core of sustainable development. If you take this model and you apply it to healthcare, in the Western world, there's arguably a lot to be done, especially in the role of primary care, to be able to call it at all sustainable. The United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals has served as a lodestar for us in building up Diversify. We want to contribute to and become a thought leader in sustainability for the consumer/patient health tech market. Obviously, goal 3 and specifically goal 3.4.1 that talks about prevention and treatment of chronic diseases triggered by lifestyle is spot on. But just as important to us and any organization, I should say, is goal 5, gender equality. We believe that teams set up in a diverse way bolster the societal sustainability and innovation strength. In this year, with the most communicable pandemic of our lifetime, we unfortunately all been forced to get accustomed to terms as lifestyle risk factors and excess mortality. However, on the non-communicable, the pandemic side, the situation is just as bad, if not worse. The fact is that 60 or 70% of us will die from preventable causes in the choices we make in our life. There are 1.1 billion smokers in the world today, where about half of them, in the world today, according to the World Health Organization, that contributes to 15% of deaths globally. And the total economic cost of smoking is equivalent to 1.8% of the world's GDP. Further, cardiovascular diseases is the main killer, represent 31% of global mortality, where about half of them, though, are preventable if you start working with early diagnosis, monitoring, and better adherence to medical advice. And finally, a whopping 35% of all deaths are attributable to metabolic disorders and related diseases. And this is sadly spinning out of control. A recent study from the University of North Carolina suggests that as many as 85% of the adult population in the US are suffering from something called insulin resistance, which is a precursor for diabetes type 2 and worse. In Sweden, primary care doesn't have the resources for prevention. They treat the symptoms, not the root causes. We believe that by measuring key indicators of well-being and illness at home privately, primary care will be relieved of many of the diagnostic tasks and can focus instead on treatments where they are needed. Another clear trend that we see and that we founded the company on is that we as individuals are longing for more knowledge about our own health, and thus we start to find answers on internet, and many times they are wrong and many times they are right. With affordable sensors monitoring health relevant parameters, individuals will get control of their progress daily. The traditional doctor-patient relation is replaced by the informed health tech consumer instead. Our first product addresses the issue of metabolic illness. In order to maintain our health in the long run, many of us middle-aged people need to lose weight. This requires a number of lifestyle changes. We are moving too little, we are stressing too much, but most crucially, we are eating the wrong way. Regardless whether you choose a low carbohydrate diet or periodic fasting or you train like hell, it will take time to achieve these changes. I regularly speak to our typical users, women in the menopause age, including Diversify's chairwoman of the board, Åsa, which also happens to be my wife. These women have tried to lose weight by counting calories alone and failed. Many times they suffer from undiagnosed syndromes. And the only help they get from the healthcare systems are medications such as thyroxines, statins, antidepressants that seems to be prescribed at random. Our users have instead found that if they drastically reduce sugar and glucose in their diets, they improve not only their weight, but helps improve sleep, reduce stress, raise energy, cognition, and even removes migraines. This is why we created AceTrack. It's a breathalyzer and an app. In one exhalation, it detects the level of acetone you have in your breath. If the level is high, you are burning fat. Simply put, you get a receipt from your body, and if your body has shifted to fat-based energy consumption. Moving on to our second product idea, it's Aspirable. It's a mobile health solution that digitally motivate habitual smokers to quit smoking and not start again. Just like AceTrack, it is a breathalyzer in combination with an app. And the concentration of carbon monoxide in your lungs and in your body in exhaled breath is a direct indicator if an individual has deep inhaled smoke the last 12 hours. And that's the core of that invention. And thirdly, no one has yet built an ECG solution that is 1, multi-lead, which means clinically relevant, 2, wireless, 3, non-conspicuous, 4, online and continuous, and finally, affordable for private consumers. We intend to change that. We're a small company with large ambitions, and we need a network with partners to grow, and luckily we've managed to get help from quite a few, as you see here. I want to thank Green Innovation Park, Uppsala Innovation Center, investors, and also many other startups on the health tech scene. Together, we can continue the innovation and implementation to make everyone understand their own health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very interesting. I have a question. Your company is a good example of an impact-driven tech startup. And being such, what is your view of the ecosystem for sustainable startups in Uppsala?
It's the perfect place, and it has actually grown a lot since maybe the last 20 years, but especially the last 10 years, with accelerators, with incubators, and now recently also with possibilities to funding from holding companies, but also various early stage funds. So Uppsala has a good ecosystem for life science and also for medtech, which is part of life science. I also would like to mention something around the history of science in Uppsala. Many people try to lift up Linné and Rudbeck. Of course, they are great, but my namesake and fellow physicist that I want to lift up is Anders Celsius. He is actually from Hälsingland from beginning, came here and studied, and he liked to measure things and quantify things, and we like that too.
What knowledge do you expect to find here at SLU?
Well, first of all, just being close to food tech. As you saw, our first product is related to nutrition and to metabolism. So having just running around here that I've been doing now for a year, and recently also in our own office, it's really great to just meet the different companies and meet them here. And of course, meeting with scientists and SLU in general. There are possibilities, for example, for our products to be also used in veterinary situations. So I hope there could be possibilities. But in general, it's just a great working place and a little bit more quiet than in central Uppsala.
Okay, very nice to hear. I think we have finished our talks, and in this room, do you have any questions? Last final question? Or, yeah. If not, if there aren't any questions, I think we are finished now, and we would like to hand over the sound and picture to you, Björn. Are you there? From all of us here to you, thank you very much for your attention, and we wish you all a continued good day and an exciting day. There are more sessions to come, so now there will be a break, I think. Bye from Green Innovation Park.
Boss. It's a bit strange when you want to applaud someone else that's on the screen somewhere else, but they won't hear it normally. But I think it's good that we do it. Are we online? Great. So I told you before, we have approximately 45 minutes programs, and then we'll go into more of a break session. But during this break session, we will actually provide you with some content as well. And for this break, first we will show you 4 movies. I told you that we asked
4,5 minuter. Under den tiden
organizations about how they
han lite
perceive
videos.
sustainable development and how they work with that. And that we will see. And
Hello.
after those movies, we will actually, hopefully, we will see how our colleague Mikolaj is doing, if he's finding someone at Green Innovation Park to talk to. And after that, hopefully we'll have a few minutes, we can stretch our legs and get some more coffee or something else. So I hope that we can run the movies now. So thanks for now. See you at 1400.
Hello, my name is Erik Pelling. I'm the mayor of Uppsala. I'm very glad to be at Uppsala Life this year. Uppsala became the world's most climate-friendly city a few years ago. And behind that lies a great deal of hard work from the municipality, from the University of Uppsala, and from the business sector of Uppsala. But we also have a lot of hard work in front of us, because we need to get climate neutral in a few years. Uppsala is to become climate positive in some more years ahead. And this is for real. This is absolutely necessary. And a sustainable development is necessary for Uppsala, for the whole world, and for us as human beings. And we need to do this together with you in the business sector, and together with everyone who lives in this municipality. Thanks.
At Knightec, we have a proactive mindset. Together with our clients, we work on a strategic and operative level, with the ambition to balance the perceived value of products with the economic, social, and environmental cost of producing them. The key to success is having a systems thinking perspective in the product development process. For instance, plastic is a common material in the life science industry and can be found in both medical devices and packaging. Depending on the plastic type used or how the product is designed, the environmental impact can vary. By conducting life cycle analysis and adopting eco-design principles, we at Knightec secure that our clients make the right choices at an early stage.
Hi, I want to tell you why we think sustainability is so important at Biotage. We want to reduce the environmental footprint in everything we do. We want to add to the job satisfaction. We want to enhance customer experience, and this will reduce COGS. Now, an example.
Yes, thank you. We would like to share an ongoing example of what we're doing to reduce our footprint. The example I want to present is our FiPrep just recently launched. It's a plasmid purification system, completely automated. The challenge is that it utilizes a lot of consumables. The little picture up on the left is everything in the kit, and you see tons of plastic bottles. We want to replace this with less plastic, potentially go to cartons, pouches, that weigh less and are much more efficient when it comes to less environmental footprint. So thank you for listening. Our mission is to help our customers make the world more sustainable, healthier, and cleaner.
Hi and hello from the Green Innovation Park. As you've seen, I just came here, and I might have an echo here. It's anyway better to do this in mid-October than in January, February. So I'm glad about that. I'm here with Elin Roos that you also saw on the in the program earlier. And I would first and foremost, Elin, thank you very much for joining us today, and also for this opportunity to talk to you for a couple of minutes. One of the things that I found fascinating in your presentation is this focus, or this notion on the social innovation that you talked about, that shift in consumption that we need to get done, really. Where would you see could be a Swedish contribution to such a global shift for consumption?
Yeah, I think one thing that is happening already and that other countries could learn from Sweden is what we already do in the public sector. So the school meal program, for example, that we have in Sweden is quite unique in the world. And we actually have in the regulation that it should not be only nutritious, it should also be it's in the regulation that it should be nutritious. What we also could put there is that it should be sustainable. That's the natural next step, as I see it. But serving a nutritious meal in school and work with that to also include sustainability aspects is really something that the rest of the world can learn from. And I think if we could accomplish a shift here in Sweden to more plant-based, I think that could also be used as an example for the rest of the world if we were able to do that cultural shift. Because we are a country in which we consume a lot of livestock products currently. So if we could do that, that could work as an example also for the rest of the world. But it is about shifting the mind shift. Today, livestock products is associated with status, tradition. That's what you want to serve if you want to serve a nice dinner to your neighbors or relatives. So here we need a shift, and it of course includes also more attractive products, greater availability, more knowledge on how to cook nice food. But it's also about shifting the culture, the eating culture in Sweden.
Do you see any opportunity for international bodies that we could connect to from a Swedish perspective? The UN or other
I mean, there's already interesting initiatives going on. There's a UN food summit coming up where we could, get involved and really try to get this out. But I think, of course, we also need to prove that we were able to do it here to have some credibility.
How far away are we from achieving this at home?
Well, we're moving slowly in the right direction. We see meat consumption going down. We see also a bigger demand for Swedish products, which they have some sustainability advantages. And so we see that consumers are prepared to pay a bit more for more sustainable food. So we're slowly moving in the right direction, but it's too slow, really. So we need to move faster.
You also mentioned the need to improve production, and then I think if I look at global value chains and global production chains, it's of course teamwork, isn't it? And it's collaboration in all levels and in all areas. What would you say would be like a dream collaboration? If you could ask, if you could wish for a collaboration happening globally, which ones would you like? Which 2, 3, 4, any companies would you like to work together? That they work together?
Yeah, I think
I think one thing is in the retail sector, because there we have one problem is, of course, that we have a really concentrated retail sector with a lot of power. But we could maybe turn that to an advantage. What if they could come together and kind of establish some common understanding of what types of products do we actually market out to consumers? Because the retail is really determined to a big extent what we eat. So that's one, collaboration you can think about. But I would also like to bring it down more to the local level. And because what we also need a lot more of is this more vertical integration, going all the way from the farmers who are today very pressured economically and making very low profits, but also they have lots of ideas how to produce more sustainably, but they have very little room for doing investments and so on. So how could we work with farmers, food industry, retailers, consumers, connecting us all the way and increasing the understanding of one another, and also sharing risk between these actors? Because today it's very much up to the farmer to kind of invest in new machinery or growing new crops. But then the farmer needs to know, okay, is someone going to buy this in the end? And it's the same for the food industry and the retailer. So here we need to work much more closer together and also share the risk between these actors much more than is currently done.
Thank you. Finally, if you reflect on what we are doing with this event today, showcasing the different hubs that are so close by in Uppsala, how do you reflect on this closeness and on this collaboration in between actors, and maybe also at the end of that, what would you ask for more? What would you wish for more when it comes to collaboration within this field within Uppsala?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really great, and I think that different fields can learn a lot from each other. I see in farming that we're quite traditional sometimes. We're quite closed when it comes to thinking about new ways of doing things, both business-wise and production-wise, and so that's really great. But then what we need to prevent from happening is working only with like the top innovation layer, so to say. So how can we also work with implementing things that we already know on a bigger scale? So there I see it's much easier to get money for these hot innovation projects and but how can where we can really make impact is if we can implement what we already know from science out on a larger scale. So how can we, that's not as hot, not as trendy to work with those things, but I think it's really important that we don't forget about that. And I think there we can also think about innovation, how to on a big scale get knowledge out and new technologies and new management practices and so on, and to create incentives for farmers and food industry to work with this.
Thank you very much, Elin.
Okay.
Thank you. I also asked Thomas Stavbom to be with us today. Thomas, are you in there? Can you come up here, please? Thomas was in the audience, and I just pointed finger at him. We're looking for him. Then we have an echo here. Thomas is coming. Thomas, your microphone. Oh. If we have an echo, that's not our fault. Of course not, as always. Thomas, you're this. I just picked you out of the fika. I know. I'll let you go back there in a second. And of course, so much about this event is also talking to each other, and so I don't want to cut on that time. You're the CEO for the Chamber of Commerce in Uppsala, and so naturally I needed to include you into that, and I would like to ask you all these innovations and these ideas and future scenarios that we painted here during the seminar. Where do you see the opportunities for the business sector within Uppsala to commercialize on that, really?
I see all possibilities. We heard that Uppsala is a small place in a small country, but I think Uppsala has shown here so far that we have great solutions to great challenges, and companies that can make good business out of solving great challenges, and also using the Agenda 2030 and the Paris Agreement to do business from that. I find that very thrilling, and we have seen some great examples of that, and I'm sure that we will see some more during this afternoon.
How do you see this collaboration at this stage between all the two great universities that we have and science and the business sector? Can you reflect on that? What's your impression?
I really like the map from the beginning, right, that we saw Sweden and Uppsala, and the helicopter view of Uppsala with the two universities and the 3 science parks. Maybe 5 years ago, we were quite used to just talking about one of the science parks and one of the universities. But when we look at the whole ecosystem, with the institutions, with the businesses, with the competence, with the investors, that's a unique melting pot that I think it could serve with even more great solutions for companies that want to do something good for the future.
Thank you so much, Thomas. And I think I'll let you go back to the fika, and I'll join you actually with the camera and see if we can find somebody else, because we have a couple of minutes more. I'll take this one after you, and I'll join you for that. We'll see if we can have somebody else. So that's the Green Innovation Park. For those of you who haven't been here, we'll go here maybe. And was it there? No, I think so. So that's the offices that we talked about. We're still live, and let me ask you, Andreas. We're still live. Yeah. We have like a minute or so on our time. What is your impression from what we just heard in here at GIP? What is your takeaway?
My takeaway.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. My takeaway is that I think it's really interesting what the University of Agriculture, what they do in terms of life sciences. In one way, you don't think that actually is life sciences, and if you see it about the sustainability perspective, is not really included in the life sciences discussion in general. I think they brought that to the table. So I think that's my main takeaway, how intertwined they are, I would say.
Fantastic. And now we are, I'll turn the camera, and now we are going back. We are now going to the business park, and I'll be going there in real life. And I think now we are turning over to Björn. Björn. Are you there, Björn?
No.
At the slottet.
I don't know if you can hear me, but thank you very much, Nikolai.
See you again in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, see you. We have a few minutes where we can take a break, and we meet up again at 1400 for the next program slot. So please stretch your legs, get some water or a cup of coffee, and see you back soon. Thanks.
going to talk about rethinking markets and organizations. And our first speaker today is going to be Martin Johansson, and he's the professor at the Department of Business Studies at Uppsala University. And we're going to talk about rethinking markets and organization. We're so happy to have you here, Martin. So go ahead.
Thank you very much. Ska jag ställa mig där? Men jag har slidesen där. Can I start? Thank you very much, Anna. It's an honor to be here. And you just saw, heard, perceived, things happens. The world is not stable. We cannot plan. We have problems to plan. Unpredictable things happens. And this is what I will talk about for several minutes. Oh. So for you who are coming from the life science sector, this is some quotes worth to recognize and to understand. We have several of the most important and crucial discoveries, scientific discoveries in the sector of life science, which were actually incidents, discoveries. They were not planned, they were not predicted. They happened while people went for vacations, etc., etc. And this is actually what is happening in the real world as well. And that is the problem most companies are encountering these days, because most of the companies that are around us today, then they don't want to be in stable markets. Stable markets doesn't grow. You want to be in dynamic, turbulent, growing markets. There is where you will find profit. But that would also challenge your plans, your predictions. And we have these types of events happening, just like the one we saw 5-10 minutes ago, happens in most areas of the society, in the economy. We can just think about financial recession, business changes in terms of markets, new companies entering, suppliers leaving, legislation changing. We have, of course, technological changing. Who was thinking about the internet in 1991? No one did. Even more, who thought about the dot-com crash in 1991? Who could plan with that? No one could, of course. But the consequence is that if you want to be in this market, you have to handle these markets, and you have to rethink both your organizations and how you treat the markets. So what I will argue for here today is that we need some more open strategy for firms. And we can see that firms in turbulent markets, which do not identify their business opportunity in advance, but are more open. They identify the opportunities while they are acting, participating in the market. They will show a better outcome than those who try to plan with everything. In turbulence market, predictions are of less value, maybe even meaningless. We need to have strategies which are more based on autonomy. Give the employees, the departments, more autonomy to act, because they will be closer to where the change is happening in the market. They will be the first one to perceive. And if you perceive, you will be able to act. So react instantly, quickly. Time is money. But you also need, and I think we will come back to that soon, that you need to build routines so that you can act instantly. You need to design your organization so it can act quickly in these types of markets. And in addition, we need organizations that are creative, flexible to change the behavior and change the strategy. And by having said that, I hand over to Anna, who is sitting over there, and will lead the discussion for a couple of minutes.
Thank you so much, Martin. Welcome back. We now have a fantastic panel here. We have Marcus Lindahl, who is a professor at Industrial Engineering and Management at Uppsala University. A warm welcome to you.
Thank you.
And next to me, we have Evelina Vågesjö, who's CEO of Ilja Pharma AB. Please, very, very briefly, just tell us shortly, what does Ilja Pharma do?
We develop next generation biologics to treat wounds in skin and mucosa.
Right, interesting. And Martin, we talked about stable markets and you really need to grow and you need to have like new routines. Do you agree with him? Is it everything that has to be so unstable and unpredictable, or what is growing really?
Well, I think things are unstable, but sometimes I think we tend to believe and think very fast. And maybe it's the case that we just take it slightly slower and actually, yes, there are a lot of ones. Somebody will win in the dangerous, very turbulent market, but most actually die on their way. So take a deep breath and think before running after all other adventures. The stable market is a pretty nice place to be thinking in.
Okay, so everything doesn't have to be that agile all the time.
No, I think what needs to be is that one has to think a lot before running after everybody else who is having a very high pace. We should just remember that most of the ones who are running very fast actually fail during the way. And sometimes we underplay that part, that it is really risky in the highly turbulent and most dynamic part of the market.
Okay. We also have one more participant in the panel, and it's Sara Wallin, who we have here on a link somewhere from she is the CEO of Almivest and now the new CEO of Chalmers Ventures. A warm welcome, Sara.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Okay. Sara is with us in her thoughts. That's very important. So let's, Evelina, you heard just what Marcus said, and I know that your company is fast growing and you really have to say a dynamic structure and organization. Can you elaborate a bit on that? How do you grow and how do you organize yourselves?
Yes, and thank you so much for that question. I think that Ilja Pharma we have a semi-virtual organization, but I think foremost what we have to do is run our clinical trials and do the clinical validation. And those projects become increasingly larger and larger the further along development you come. And I think it's important to organize the company so that we have the right infrastructure and competence to support our development projects and not the way around. And I think we have a quite dynamic organization in that we have different competences are differently important every year. Sometimes we have very high activities with many subcontractors and sometimes a little bit less activities. And we have we can change it according to the needs in the development project. And I think that's the most important.
So Evelina's company is really a company for the future, or?
I think so. I think so. And I'm not claiming that all markets are unstable and turbulent, as Marcus said, but I think that if you want to grow, it's much more difficult to grow in a stable market because there the cake will not grow. There the competition will be high. But if you go to an unstable or turbulent market, growing market, then the cake is growing. And that makes it more difficult, but it makes it all more likely that you will get a good share of the market. So I'm not saying that you always have to run after everything, but you have to be flexible. You have to, so to say, sense the market in order to be able to act.
But when you've done your research and when you look at, for example, like stable companies in stable markets, I mean, they always try to find new markets. What are the best ways then? You can see that there is a new market, which is a bit unstable. We make money in the stable market, but we all know there's going to be a transition. What is your recommendation?
Well, first of all, I think the key maybe where we actually agree, Martin, is that we think about the market as maybe we shouldn't talk about the market, we should talk about clients. And in a very volatile developing client population, we can see that we have to co-create the client because clients don't really know what they want and need. So this is a co-creation of value. And if we think about that in such terms, we need to get out of the market idea and think about client populations. And then I think we're pretty much aligned.
Sarah, I can see that you are now here online. Welcome.
Yeah. Hi.
Well, it's a bit hard to hear you, but I can feel you.
Okay.
What are your takes on this?
Well, I think a good strategy in a turbulent market. Can you hear me?
Well, it's a bit echoing.
I think it's echoing, yeah.
You need to turn off your own microphone, I think, or?
If I turn off my microphone, I don't think you can hear me at all, really.
Nobody will
hear. Who wrote the manuscript?
Yeah, but we're going to send in the words later on, so we can, yeah. Can you hear us, Sarah?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. You can't have it all, as we say.
Shall I try again?
Men då tappar ni med min presentation.
It's a bit like we're in a spaceship, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, I'm so sorry, Sarah.
No problem.
We have to mute you.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Okay, going back to co-creation, is that something that you do with your company as well, the co-creation?
I mean, first I would like to say, I don't know, what about an organization for the future? This is now.
Yes,
I think that companies have to, especially when there's high need of expertise needed, you have to find it wherever you can find it, regardless which country or which market and so on. And that is, for us, it's happening now. So I don't think we should wait and have the organizations of the future. And I think this is the reality for many life science companies. We're growing SME. Feels like very traditional from Sweden. We have collaborations with the universities in Sweden and hopefully also soon outside Sweden. We engage more than 30 subcontractors in our drug development. And it feels like there is an expert sort of cluster that forms around these products along with the project as it's growing. So sometimes it's hard to say exactly where the boundary for your organization is. But we are very dependent on to build up this knowledge within our organization to have the key knowledge, but also that our subcontractors develop the knowledge and retain their staff, for instance. And so far, I think it's been working very well.
And how do you make your subcontractors like stick to your project? So they just come and they leave and they take along the knowledge that you want to keep within your company?
It's of course strategic. So you have to plan where you have your key know-how from the beginning, and you need to decide where you want it. So we develop a next generation biologics that is a new type of drug products. So obviously we couldn't outsource development for manufacturing, for instance, because we were the only one with the key knowledge, and we have retained this. And then we have outsourced the simpler parts in just like the execution phase of different activities. And of course, we have in all our many hundreds of different contracts retained all the IP for our products.
This seems to be a real working model, doesn't it?
Yeah, what I would like to say is, of course, that if the life science sector has the problem to balance between, on the one hand, the need of competence, the legislation, which makes it rather, how to say, rigid, and on the other hand, the quick technological development. So that is a balance that is very specific for this sector, in opposite to the other, for the IT sector, which is not so institutionalized. There are not so many laws and regulation, while there are in the life science sector.
But that is a fact that we have to live with, and unfortunately, it's not going to be less regulation onwards.
No, but that is what the firms needs to incorporate into the strategy. So it's a balance between, on the one hand, sometimes predicting, planning those things which are stable, and on the other hand, being flexible towards the things which are changing. And what we can see over the last 20 years is that, 30 years, is that every 4th or 5th years, there is a big change. Completely changing the name of the game. .com crash, the Berlin Wall, China. Who was talking about China in 1990? No one did. In 2003, everyone was talking about China. Now we have the Corona crisis. So the problem, as I said, that the problem in most cases, and I asked so many businessmen about this, is not, so to say, the body or the extension of the crisis. The problem is, will we have a 7th wave, 8th wave? When will it stop? And that has to do with planning. If we could plan in April, this will end in August, no problem. But does anyone know if we will have an 8th wave or 9th wave? Is that a problem? Yes, that's a very big problem.
So how do you, I mean, when you meet with large corporations, I mean, how can they predict the future?
No, but they are good question, because that brings me to they can in a way, because they are going to buy your company. This is part of the new business model of you have big dragons that are operating with a massive cash flow in a decently stable market and hunting for smaller companies. And I guess that it is likely, we haven't talked that much, probably part of the business models for many life science companies to, as they historically said, dress up the bride, prepare, push it as far as you can, because the big money is when you actually can do the exit of and selling it, and that's part of the.
Yeah, that's what my next question.
I have to comment on this.
Would you be willing to say that? Yeah, that was what my
I really
next one.
think I need to comment on this, and that is that innovation in pharma maybe not happen that way only. So half of the new approvals of new drugs at both FDA and EMA last year went to companies that got their first approval. So I would say maybe that was the model before, but now it's much more open. And for cell and gene therapy, with a different support system there is from regulators, both in US and in Europe, it's different. So you cannot plan for a certain path. You need to do what's best for your product development and your company and try to build to be as successful as possible. And then there are more alternatives open forward than maybe it was 5 years ago.
But can you scale onto a global scale? Is that what you see, that you will be the next Astra or in size, I mean, within your niche? Is that possible growth?
Or is it your vision of the company?
No, but so Elia Pharma develops next generation biologics from a technology platform. Last year, we developed one single asset. We took it to clinical validation fast. And now this year, due to that we have obtained this clinical validation and that we also got some patents in place. We can open more projects, but they are on the specific technology platform. So we can heal wounds in skin and mucosa. Currently, we're working with difficult to heal skin wounds and inflammatory bowel disease, which are wounds in the mucosa. The responsibility that we have is to validate these drug candidates with patients.
So
That's
it seems to be with a fantastic future, this company, but we need to round up a little bit in this panel. So what is your piece of advice when you sit on an unstable market and you say it's hard to make predictions, you need to make routines?
Yeah, and I think it's important to, so to say, infuse some kind of mindset in the organization that we are living in we're acting in a turbulent or dynamic market, if you prefer that word, and that you have communication systems, organization design, which can act. You mentioned the word agile, in an agile while, in a agile way or creative way.
Or is it a must? Otherwise, the big dinosaurs will die out, or?
I think I think that you have to design your organization so it can adapt quickly to the changes taking place in the market, yes. I think that's very, very, very important. Unless you want to have, you want to work in the old civil engineering or something like that.
You're laughing at civil.
We need them too.
Yeah, we need it too. We need to change. When you talk to your students, which are the case studies you think we will look upon now when we have after the corona? Which companies do you think will be really the winners in the future?
No, I think what we are going to do is we're going to look at a lot of our traditional, still standing industry structure, especially in Sweden, with the pretty big operators who has been able to reinvent themselves from a competence point of view, because they are going to fire 50,000 or 100,000 or 150,000 people who will not be used anymore, but they will be able to push their productivity levels. And that's, I think, is one part of the case studies we are going to do and say, hey, how did they actually reinvent themselves again within this COVID period? That I think is true. But I just wanted to end with speaking about smaller companies and all these dragons. Trust in your value creation. If I was going to give some kind of advice or at least reflection on my own studies, is the ones who are actually pig-headed, convinced about their core values are usually more successful than the ones who are running too fast and thinking too little.
Right. So that's the piece of advice. Don't run too fast and don't think too little. What is your piece of advice to others within life science that hasn't come that far as you've come with your company?
I just think that, as you said, believe if you know that you can deliver value, do your best to test it. There are many different aspects that need to fit. But I also hope that this situation, COVID, opens up more discussions about delivering clinical value and value in healthcare.
That's it. We have to. Okay, 2 seconds.
A perfect example of what Marcus said is Ericsson in the beginning of this millennium. They went from being one of the most successful, biggest companies in the world. And over 5 years, they downsized to 50% of something due to a crisis. And that is exactly what will happen now. They will reinvent themselves, some of these companies. Which ones? We don't know right now.
But what we know is that the future is bright and you are so bright. So thank you for being in the panel. Okay. Now we're going to get over to another dimension of organizational structure and how we could run companies and new things that not new things, but things that we really have to take into consideration. So I'm happily handing over to Åsa Lundqvist-Coe, who holds a PhD in management and complexity from the University of Hertfordshire. A warm hand and welcome to Åsa.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, of course. Turbulence, turmoil, and causes anxiety, of course. I'm going to cover complexity, unpredictability, human activity, and power under 7 minutes. So we better get going. So you're never going to know how this is going to turn out. This is highly unpredictable because I'm unpredictable, but then so are you, all of you. Complexity. Any small event, like a cold, can cause all kinds of disproportionate stories, like COVID-19 is a deadly example of. And how are we actually dealing with this? How are we dealing with control systems? And how are we dealing with anxiety, which is growing in the workplace? As Martin was saying, a certain amount of anxiety is necessary in order to be creative and to innovate. But the amount of anxiety we see in the workplace today isn't particularly healthy, because people are also on sick leave quite a bit. And these numbers are rising in Sweden as well. So we can't simplify really the lives of humans in that way. Management is people politics. So I'm going to cover a little bit of that as well. If you look at this gap, there's a huge gap between the ideals, how things ought to be and how they actually are, between reality and ideals. In the ideal side, we use a lot of rhetorics, mission, vision, and policies and strategies and goals, and we should be transparent today and sustainable and digitalized. And as Martin pointed to, agile is the new black today. And we should use implementation, like putting things into an empty bucket sometimes. These are the formal structures. They are necessary as a backbone for what we are doing in all our dealings. But the paradox is that if we exaggerate them, we may cause more anxiety in and around us. You have to remember that strategies are fantasies. So if you actually go away with your team, with your management team, and have a strategy day, you actually fantasize for a full day. And the reason we are doing this is because this is anti-anxiety measures. This is a way of keeping anxiety in front of the unpredictable at bay. So we need to plan and we need strategies as a backbone. But the paradox lies in exaggerating these systems and control systems. You will cause anxiety in people instead. You will actually cause what you're trying to prevent. In reality, it's a lot of people politics involved. Power adaptation, flexibility, influencing, we lobbying, coaxing each other, crawling when needed, and manipulating each other. I mean, we're always, I don't put any particular values on these words. These are different means we're using in order to get what we want. We're always manipulating our children, for instance, and try to make them think that they came up with this themselves. We're also gaming the system because we have the space to do that in Swedish cultures. This means that if Marta, 87 years old, comes into a large hospital and there's a risk that she has to sleep in the corridor because the hospital is full, the personnel in the hospital will actually get her in somewhere. They will find a room for her and a bed for her. But they know that if we were supposed to follow all the policies that we have installed, she will actually be staying in the corridor. So we're gaming the system in a sense. And the interesting thing that in Swedish cultures, we have the space for doing that. That's what we have an opportunity to be creative and thus innovative, because innovations rise from creativity and from the space you have of using your own judgment. If you have too much control systems in place, we will not be able to use our judgment. We will be limited. So the tension this is regulating is something that we have to deal with and work with every day. And it's causing quite a bit of tension, which we have to carry together, all of us. So tension is needed as well in order to be innovative. So we can't get rid of it. We can't get rid of these human traits, if you like. They are always there because we're not machines. That's why we are unpredictable. But that's also why we can be so innovative. I would like to point to power take away this old structure with a pyramid, thinking about an organization, and rather look upon what everything we're doing, all our dealings, like we're in big power hubs in a sense. We're all connected to each other, and power is a phenomenon that is in every group and every subgroup, and it's always in relationships. So each relationship is somehow being controlled by the person with the least interest in the relationship as well. You know this. If you're supposed to get a project through, you have to lobby for this. You have to really work for getting this through and make sure that you create interest in and around it. So power is necessary as well. We enable and constrain each other in these games, but we have to play the games. These are social games we're playing all the time. This is like a metaphor for what we're doing. There are no real games, but as a metaphor. And they are necessary as well. So we can always look at people who are not performing the way we think they should or ought to be doing and see, who are they dependent on? Who is pulling their strings? Why are they behaving in a certain way? So there's always a reason that people behave the way they do. So we need hence to install a lot of anti-anxiety measurements in a sense to get this down a bit, because we need them, but not too much. Then we cause whatever we're trying to deal with. We can make decisions in all these games. And as a manager, you make decisions all the time, but you can never control how these are taken up. There's a story from West Africa, I think, that when the rich man passes, the poor peasant bows and silently farts. There's a lot of farting going on in organizations, of course. This is how we use our power every day. So power is something that is really, really important to use, and we're always a part of it. So pay attention to power and how it's being played out as well. Thank you.
Much, Åsa. That's so interesting, and welcome to our panel here, where we have Sonja Suare. You are a master student at the entrepreneurship program at Uppsala University. A warm welcome to you. We have Olle Bergdahl. You work with collaboration at Uppsala University Innovation. A warm welcome. And here we have Carl Andersson, CEO of A23 Lab. That's great. I was thinking one of us is in reality, and I think that's you, Carl. You work with prostate cancer and you drive also projects within testing within COVID-19. When you hear Åsa talk about these things, these other dimensions, how do you make sure that you build a company that is, so to speak, more efficient in these matters, that you're taking these structures into consideration?
Well, it comes down to communication. So everyone needs to be on board and know roughly what direction we're going and act upon their own belief. If they do so and if we communicate efficiently, that will work. We need to respect regulations and all the society needs, but we can't micromanage because that's going to break down. And in the velocity we're working right now with setting up a COVID lab in just a few weeks, it takes a lot of communication to get everyone in the right direction. And that's the experience we have.
But when I talked to you earlier about that also, you said lots of things during the pandemic has grown fast. And that's because we share power. Can you elaborate a bit on that?
Well, I think exactly as you said, it is really about staying in conversation all the time, staying in what we're actually not install another policy or another document or limit the space for people to be in. So the COVID has, in a sense, liberated us as well. We can actually do slightly different things because we realize that on this level of anxiety that we carry, which is necessary as well, that's why we get out of bed in the morning, that things can also be very different. So it also unleashes some sort of creativity and innovations in that sense.
And there's sometimes say bureaucracy, things have happened that nobody thought would ever be possible. When I say bureaucracy and you are a young, fresh student, what do you think is attractive when you look upon your entrepreneurship program? Where would you like to work?
So what I see is for most of us youngsters, I think it's very important that we get more freedom when we are in a workspace. Like you said, micromanaging kills innovation. So when we are more free and have more open communication, we're able to come up with more ideas, we're able to innovate more, and that's, I think, the way forward for companies as well, believing in their employees and trusting their workers.
So, and Ole, innovation is something that makes you go out of, out of bed.
Every morning,
Every morning, every minute,
Yeah.
you work with innovation.
Very much.
But when you
So,
hear
yeah.
also talk about it, is it that these policies, etc., they kill innovation, or how do you see upon it?
Yeah, and foremost, I think it's very important to bring in the aspect of the company culture.
Yeah.
When speaking about culture and defining, what can I say, like a partnership-friendly structure and culture that is crucial, I believe. Yeah.
And how do you create that?
Yeah, it's really difficult, but I think it's you mentioned communication. I think that is crucial. I can see it in all projects that we are financing, all innovation projects. That successful projects, successful companies, they are good in communicating, and they are also good in the matter of sense making. So I think we need to bring in the perspective of making sense and sense making, especially in turbulent times. That's even more important.
You are really sense making.
I hope so.
Yeah.
My job.
Yeah, but lots of other companies could be really sense making, and still they are working like very slowly, or thinking very much in squares. How can we get out of that?
Well, to some extent, we need to stay with that, because there are laws and regulations controlling what we do in life sciences and in clinical diagnostics. So while respecting that, we need to find routes that work and that are controversial, that are that drives in a different velocity. And that's a challenge. That's a challenge in itself, to play a system and respecting it and providing safe products in a different manner.
Isn't that the heart of actually entrepreneurship? People tell you that's not possible, and that's when the entrepreneur goes, I'll show you.
Pretty much. I mean, that is our challenge, to come up with all the things that everybody else deems impossible. And that's where I think, again, it's very important to focus on the people and the culture. Like you mentioned, the culture of companies, that's where that comes in, because you have to have a strong culture within a company, within the people in the company, so that they collaborate properly, so that they communicate properly.
But also, we sit around the table and innovation, kumbaya, wonderful. But it is wonderful, and everybody. I don't think you've been to any CEO or any leadership group saying that innovation and we're so innovative, and we say in Swedish the roof is very high here. Why isn't it?
Because I think that's what we need to rethink what we're actually doing, because trust, as we're talking about, or culture, is nothing that can be implemented in an organization. It's something that emerges from what you're actually doing. So getting back a little bit to the micro thing. So it's micro activities, not managing, but micro activities that actually, what we do, the small things every day together would actually create the culture, will emerge from that. And so does values. So it's nothing that can be installed. It's nothing that can be implemented. It emerges from what we're actually doing. So we need to pay attention to what we're doing in every little local interaction.
And how do you take upon then a group of like leaders? They used to have a lot of power, and you really tell them that it's the small things, and you really have to walk the talk. I mean, where do you start? Well, of course, to tell them that you pay attention to the little things, because as soon as we get anxious, we tend to revert to the other side. A little bit of anxiousness will cause you to revert to much more abstractions. This is what we ought to be doing. We need to have a policy for this, and this is how people should behave. They ought to be like, I mean, what's wrong with people? I'm telling them what to do. Yeah, they are adult people, aren't they? You had that one before.
You should understand this thing. And that comes out of anxiety, out of ourselves being anxious, not to be in control, because we can't control people in the same room these days. We have no idea what they're actually up to. And that causes a lot of worry and anxiety.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel anxiety now?
Anxiety?
Yeah. Very good. Okay. Are you now?
No, not at all. But I do think. I think we're talking about culture, and we're talking about the trust and the communication and stuff. But I also think it's since Max didn't manage to join the discussion.
Yeah, we're going to bring him in later on, actually, because it didn't work. Because we go in, so we do that.
Because I think also the aspect of like the diversity and inclusion also is a really relevant aspect talking about innovation. And I have a favorite quote, and it's when we limit who can contribute, we also limit what problems that can be solved. And I think that is the very corner of what we are speaking here. So should it be, I mean, many organizations put like innovation in, you have this X organization that you should work with the innovation and the rest shouldn't. And I think that is, it could be a little bit problematic since who will join and what perspectives do they come in this organization, and will it really be innovative solutions on the problems?
It's not like
I'm
you
not
can.
sure.
Everybody should work in innovative process, and
Yeah.
we're not also cutting you out, Max, to be mean. It's just that we had some technical problems, and you will be interviewed, and you will have your own 15 minutes of fame. Isn't that fantastic? So now your anxiety level goes down, and you will have your power as well, right? So we went back to you. Okay. So as you say, everybody needs to work with innovation. How does it work in your company? Is it everything from receptionist all the way up?
More or less. So
Yeah.
everyone is listened to. We do, right now we are mainly in production. We keep a very high velocity, and we spend most of our times not being innovative just because we have a task to follow. But when building products, when building our routine-based products, we have to, and we like to involve everyone because they bring different aspects. And this is from the production element, from the engineering element, and from the contact with customers. So we build the products on different levels and put the composite together as a killer product.
Killer product.
Yes.
Yeah, not killing people, but it's a killer product.
It's a killer product.
Yeah. Okay.
Stop people from being killed, correct.
Okay, exactly. I mean, I just wanted to make sure it's
Sure.
life science after all. Being a student, Sonja, and we talked about innovation, and as we all know, and we heard with the Googles, with everything, it's so important. But when you sit and you had a few glasses of wine, what is really innovation? I mean, it's so easy to say, I want to be with an innovative company. What is it really that the students are looking for?
I think this will differ quite a lot depending on who you ask, but I think most of us are looking for a place where we are valued, where we are looked after, not just a cog in the game, but an actual person. As Olle mentioned, diversity is key these days. It's very important to most of us as well, because it's so much more exciting, so much more fun to work in a diverse group because you hear so many different ideas. And I think that's what most people are looking for.
Is that something that could be better in Sweden? Inclusion, diversity?
Definitely.
I mean, is there a company who doesn't have a fantastic policy?
Exactly. There we go. Reality, ideals. Yes. Well, when it comes to the crunch, it's really, really hard because you have to encounter your differences when you have difference in the group. And encountering differences isn't all that much fun. And we have this consensus idea that we should come out of a meeting and be all in agreement of what we would be doing or will be doing. But it's actually the contrary. We all should come out of meetings and be slightly dissatisfied because that's how the real world works. We're always a little bit dissatisfied. That's in our DNA. I mean, we always have a little bit of a pebble in our shoe. You know?
So we shouldn't be that afraid of conflicts. I should say something really extraordinary now, and you get really pissed off, and then the next seminar will be fantastic. Because time flies. It's 1:45. Thank you so much for participating. We could talk about this almost forever. And thank you, audience, everybody here. And now we're going to hand over to Slotted. So thank you for being with us for 45 minutes. Thank you. Bye.
Some applause from our side as well. So am I live? Great. So thank you very much from Uppsala Business Park. There were some technical issues that we could experience, and I understand it has to do with the internet connection somehow also, but they compensated very well with the energy that they proved, and I think it was a great discussion. It was still easy to follow, and we also know that since everything is recorded, we also can follow it afterwards, and we can see it in a better quality since it's still recorded on shape, not distributed as a stream in that case. So what happens now is that we will again see a few videos and a few clips coming from the companies. But first of all, I would like to say also as well to everybody who is live on spot somewhere that you have these technical things around your neck, and listen to them and follow its advice. If it beeps or vibrates, keep the distance. It's super important to be able to have this kind of events and so on. So please keep that in mind. And for those of you that are back home and watching this online, also keep a distance. So with that said, I hope that we have 4 movies, and then we will meet with Mikolaj again and see who he catches at Uppsala Business Park. Thanks.
When we at Klöven develop sustainable urban projects, our starting point is always the local context and how we can create social and environmental values that runs through every part of the development strategy and realizes the concept that we want to create. In Uppsala Business Park, the vision is to become the global role model for communities delivering life-changing solutions. The core of our sustainability program for Uppsala Business Park is to create an environment that, besides being environmentally sustainable, is designed to inspire, accelerate innovations to become businesses and a place for companies to connect, collaborate, and create together. Uppsala Business Park will be developed over long term and undergo a total makeover where innovation and business is at the center and deeply connected with sustainability.
Hi, I'm Maria Winkvist. I'm a scientist and product manager at Contigo Care. We are Uppsala-based scale-up, and we have today created over 250,000 sober days, saving lives and families with our digital e-health platform for addiction treatment. Our solution is part of solving one of Agenda 2030's challenges, fighting addictions, and we would love to do that in an eco-friendly manner. One example, could you see here, our breathalyzer. There are many on the market, but we decided to create our own. So by changing small parts in here, together with a cleaning program, we could reuse it without risk of contamination. It is constructed to be smart, so with high technology sensors in here, and real time we could follow each single unit, and instead of dispose all of them in a whole batch, we can just dispose one and one. Moreover, we invest a lot in prolonging the lifetime and life cycle of the breathalyzer, and I'm proud that we actually have a product that saves lives, and we could do it in an eco-friendly manner. And on top of that, it will make us more profitable.
Hi, we at Bjerking are an active partner both in life science and civil engineering. Our ambition is to encourage and be a part of new sustainable solutions that the whole society benefits from, and not only one company.
We are a local partner committed to turning sustainable thoughts into action. Every employee at Bjerking should know how their specific tasks contribute to our customers' sustainability goals.
We believe that cooperation is the key to see the bigger picture and make things happen. Regardless of business, we have to learn from each other and help each other.
Tror du vi kan be henne?
Together means doing more. Together means helping out. Whether it's doing something simple as taking the bike or making a bigger change for a better tomorrow. We work in the field of dermatology, where we develop and produce premium, scientifically proven aesthetic solutions. But the brains behind our work also have very big hearts. Some grow a mustache to raise cancer awareness. Some donate blood. Some volunteer at the hospital. And while we can't do everything, everyone can do something. We raise money together. We fight a pandemic together. We work together. We can make a difference together.
Hello, and we are live from the business park and the upside down, I see. And now I'm hoping that we can get Max into the picture. Max, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Aha, but I can't hear you.
Okay. I have my microphone on.
Yeah, I can't hear him. No, I can't hear him.
Hello.
No. I can't hear Max, unfortunately. No. I had to go outside to prevent the echo, but I cannot hear you, what you're saying, because it doesn't. Okay, we'll try this again. We'll try this still. Max, of what you've heard, how is your, what would you like to bring to the table from the Albright side? I'll try to listen to you.
Can you hear me?
Max, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, but we are getting an echo. Unfortunately, we're cutting that. I'm sorry, Max. Osa, can you turn out this? Osa, can we go outside? So, Osa is being mic'd. Osa, thank you very much for being patient with us, as also all the people online are. My name is Mikolaj. I'm from Stuns. I'm the person on the Vespa.
Yes,
that is running around here. What do you see as from a leadership perspective? Mm-hmm. What are the big challenges of this transition time, really, that we are going through? Can you reflect a couple of minutes on that?
I think not to succumb too much to the general anxiety that we're all carrying at the moment, and we're also succumbing to it in a sense in the wrong way, if you like, because we tend to try to implement even more measurement systems and more strategies and more missions and visions and control systems in order to cope with the anxiety, which makes it even worse. So it's like a loop. The more measurements and control systems you try to implement, the more anxious people will become. And then you need more control systems. Makes people even more anxious, and then you need more control systems and so on. And that's
a worst position here to cope with that?
That is a really good question, because I believe that many Swedes, particularly in this industry in life sciences, very high performers. And of course, if you're a high performer, you usually tend to go with your shoulders up by your ears, more or less, and trying to perform all the time and, make good things for the world and everything else. And you may not share power in the way that is needed today. Usually in young entrepreneurial companies, they are slightly better at sharing power. We talk about empowering people, but empowering means sharing power. And we're not always prepared to do that.
Because we're afraid?
Yes, because we're afraid of losing our position or afraid of losing control. I mean, this is not bad intentions behind all this. It's just that this is what happens when you're trying to maintain control in an unpredictable world, because of course you can't predict what people are doing. You can never do that, and trying to do that will not make it work.
One of the core things that Stuns and Stuns Life Science and I think Uppsala in general believes in is this cross collaboration across silos, as we call them. Does that help to mitigate the anxiety?
Well, it does absolutely, and it is also, on the other hand, harder, because as soon as you bring diversity into a team and cross-cultural and try to collaborate, you also encounter your differences. And when you do encounter differences, you get small conflicts, you get disturbances in the team, and we try to duck away from that. We don't really want disturbances. So we have to accept and harbor more tension, be able to harbor more tension when we encounter differences, and understand I'm not supposed to really go out and be completely satisfied. I can be a bit dissatisfied as well.
Thank you so much, Hassan. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you right after. You also were part of the session. Thank you. I think we go inside and pick one more. Voice. I'll take your microphone.
Yeah.
You know, this is almost CNN quality.
Absolutely.
And now I can I go inside here? Or can I not? Oh no, I cannot. But then I ask, can I ask you? Can I ask you?
Yeah.
So we're still live to Slotted and around the rest of the world. If you put this on, I think everybody knows who you are. But still, if somebody came in late, please. Could you present yourself? Who are you?
Hi, yes, I'm Evelina. I am CEO and co-founder of Ilya Pharma.
And what are your perspectives on what the session also was about the strategies for the future, and maybe also if you reflect on that from the light of what Uppsala is all about, meaning this collaborative effort between academia and the business sector and also policy, really. Where do you see opportunities for Uppsala there?
I think that you recognize the strength of where you're from, and we're a growing SME. We have collaborations with academia. We are a spin-off from academia, but we also take advantage of, for instance, Testa Center at the GE Healthcare and so on. And I recognize the strength when I meet with other companies not from Scandinavia. First of all, they struggle with the tech transfer and IP for 2 years with their universities. And then sometimes there are clusters with the expertise close by, but some have to travel for 2 days to actually get to one of the hotspots. And then I appreciate Uppsala the most, and being from here and running our core activities from here, but we engage experts and collaborators all over the world.
Has this been maybe even more during these last couple of months through the pandemic that you didn't, well, we couldn't travel, and was this maybe even more beneficial for you, being based here?
I don't think, I mean, we traveled a lot before to, of course, meet investors, but also for our own partners and collaborators and subcontractors. I think what's become increasingly important is you need to pick up the phone directly if there is something. So we are more agile in that way. And I think for the collaborations we already have, they got stronger because you felt that you had to make this work in new conditions. So I would say that we became more effective, actually.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you also right after and picking you right from the fika.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And it's back to the Slotted and next session.
Minutes since Nikolai is on fire. Oh, he takes all the time from the break. So grab a cinnamon bun. Great. So we're back and we're on time. The time is now 1500 and we thank you very much. I knew it was a good idea to have Mikolaj on the go because he's doing an excellent job just grabbing people, making sure to get any kind of reflections that we can get out there. Now we're going to move on to Uppsala Science Park and I hope that we can connect there with Annika, who will moderate a great session there with some scientists from the university that are also entrepreneurs and industry leaders as well. So I hope that we can connect with you in Uppsala Science Park now. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I think I hear you.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Hi and welcome to our first guest here on stage in Hubben, Sara Mangsbo.
Hi.
Welcome to Uppsala Life 2020. How is life, Sara?
Life is good.
Yes.
Stressful, but fun.
And you are a cancer researcher and a prize winner. Last year, you got the prize Entrepreneur of the Year 2019 from Veckans Affärer. And this year, you got the Uppsala University Innovation Prize, Järnäpplet, an important prize for the university. It rewards particularly outstanding contributions in terms of knowledge transfer, innovation, and practical application of research. How did it feel to get this prize?
I think I've never been so happy for a prize ever. I think the fact that you get it from the university where you spent a lot of time during the years was really rewarding. And the fact that I consider myself still pretty young to receive that kind of prize. So I was so happy.
And to feel proud, is that important, do you think?
I think it's important at least to stop and think about what is important and to feel happy about things that you achieve. Yeah.
And you got this prize because you work in a systematic, focused way to turn your research into innovations in companies as Immunid, Ultimovacs, and Vivologica. And the description of you as systematic and focused and with a big capacity combining various roles. Do you recognize yourself in that?
Yes, and I think I do too many things, probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you a yes-saying person that says yes to...
I have to practice to say no, and I'm not good at it.
Yeah. So that could be a problem sometimes.
Yes, I think so. Truly.
Yeah.
I think so.
So you have to choose between different...
I should choose, and I'm not doing that. Yeah.
No. So you have to train for that.
Yeah.
And you have one foot in the academia and one as an entrepreneur. Why is that important, do you think, to keep one foot in academia?
I think it's a form of learning. I think that I learn more from being in different environments. And I think that that contributes to me also exposing myself to other views and other opinions and other ideas. And I think in research, it's important to mature in research your whole life. And if you mature in your research, you need to also mature in how you view things and how you pose questions. And I mean, it's different questions you can pose and also different learnings in how you manage your group and how you manage your ideas and how you take them into practice.
Yeah.
And by exposing yourself to other views and how you, for example, build companies, then you can mature yourself and you can also help others to build new things, I believe.
And do you feel like a researcher or like an entrepreneur?
I feel more like an entrepreneur.
Yeah, you do. And do you use the same skills in research as in business, do you think?
I think it's curiosity that drives me. Something about wanting to pursue something I have not done before and wanting to see if one can build something in a team rather than alone, and see how that team can work out the challenge, because I rarely can do it, or I cannot do it myself. So we need to be more people. And when you look upon Vivologica now, it's a team of people that sits here today, and they are coming in with expertise that I don't know anything about, for example.
Yeah. And what do you think about Uppsala? Is it good enough for building a business?
I think any place is good, but I think that the support system is really excellent. And I think that there's many types of support systems. I think we live in Uppsala because we have a capacity to see innovation and also get mentorship for your innovation ideas and get help to take them out into the global environment. But then we also need, what we need is better funding opportunities, I think, in the end. And that we need to build and be better on. But the support system for researchers is really there. And I hope we can all be exposed and get help from that.
Yeah. And is there a particular person that has meant a lot for you? Do you have any role models?
Many.
Yeah, many.
I think that my first mentor in Mentor for Research was Jörgen Lundgren. He was important for me. My previous research leaders were important, Angelica and Thomas Tötterman. People that I have been working with lately, like Gunilla Ekström, who has had a long history in drug development in AstraZeneca and has helped me a lot. Both in terms of how to view drug development, but also in terms of how to see challenges.
So you have many role models then?
Yes.
Yeah. And if you could wish for something right now, what would it be? For your companies, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I think that every company needs step by step to get the customer or the investor, and I mean that's the wish to every step and every move you do to get some kind of reward and celebrate that.
Yeah.
And different companies are at different stages. So, and then we are setting up a new company from Uppsala Life drug development platform, a project I've been driving. So I also hope that we get that opportunity with a new team to get the flying start.
Yeah, that sounds exciting. And what is the most exciting in your life today, the 13th of October, 2020?
Today, I actually got results from a new antibody binding acid. So that was the most exciting part in the research. And that is something which is important ahead for a company as well.
Yeah. And 5 years from now?
What is most exciting?
Yes, what is most exciting then?
I think it's to see where the companies are. If Vivologica is global, if Immunid is global, and if we've done another type of exit with a company. I mean, to look what happens and have we expanded, have more people, jobs in the companies. But of course, it's also the growth of my own research group. I look forward to see where the people in my group are going and what they will be exposed to ahead.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sarah. And our next guest is also a forefront researcher from Uppsala University. Welcome to Cecilia Persson, a professor at the Department of Material Science and the founder of Innossia. You are a successful researcher and founder of Innossia and have several important roles at Uppsala University. And one is that you are a project manager of additive manufacturing for the life sciences. And that is one of 3 centers for excellence at Uppsala University with funding from the innovation agency Vinnova. And how is it going? in this project?
It's going well, actually. It was it's very challenging to start a new center in the middle of COVID-19. It's been a challenge. It's still a challenge. We're trying to gather the consortium this Thursday, actually. So we will have a hybrid event, so something like this. But it is it's difficult to get all the information across through Zoom and so on. You lack all the natural meetings in between sessions and to answer like the stupid questions because people don't get a chance to ask them. So that is a challenge. But research-wise, it's actually going fine. So we've recruited and are on our way. Yeah.
Yeah, and what is it that you want to achieve in this project?
So we have a very broad scope, actually. So the competence centers focus on developing and providing access to and providing also a future supply of competence within additive manufacturing or 3D printing then for the life sciences. And we cover actually many parts, so both equipment development, but also printing, developing new processes for printing new materials for implants, but also in bioprinting, so printing models of organs. And we also have a small part on drugs and dosage for children.
Yeah. And does this mean that you are mostly working at the university right now?
At the moment, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you started your company Inosia together with Malin Nilsson, who you met as a PhD student in Leeds.
Yes.
And how important is your relation?
It's very important for Inosia, of course. She's the CEO and she's taken the most responsibility, of course, of the commercialization aspects. And I've contributed as much as I can. But she has a lot of experience in the field. She's done a similar journey before. So she's of course crucial to the success of the company.
Yeah. So do you have different roles in the company?
Yes, we do. I mean, she's a lot more operational at the moment. Now we have evolved over time. So I'm in the board. She's more operational, but I still pitch in when needed. So yeah.
Yeah, and how important is your team?
It's the team is everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
And how important is the support from others? Is it important as well?
Yes, of course it is. I mean, you talked a bit about role models, and I think I wouldn't have even considered patenting anything or starting a company without the then role model at the university. So the head of our division, Håkan Enquist, he's more of a serial entrepreneur like you. And so those things are of course crucial. You need to have that some sort of encouragement, or at least see that someone else has done the same thing before, I think. And then you're usually like, okay, if someone else can do it, then I can as well. So
yeah. And a lot of people have heard your name even outside the academia. Inosia is quite famous, and I think so, maybe.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, but I think you and Malin
in Uppsala,
Nilsson,
maybe.
Yeah, in Uppsala. Yeah, I should add that. You and Malin Nilsson, you are both, I think, hardworking and fond of trying new things. Is that important to you? New experiences and new knowledge?
Yeah, and I'm guessing we all have that in common here. I think you really want to learn new things, and you want to develop new things, and you want to see, you want to create things that are useful. I think for people, and that is a big driving factor, I think.
And then it's changing all the time.
Yeah, of course, and you are also changing. You're evolving, learning new things. So yeah, and hopefully expanding your knowledge and becoming better in some way.
Yeah. And you also said that you love research and that you really like to be at the university. So you're a good ambassador for Uppsala University then.
I hope so.
And what is it that is so good in this research environment?
At Uppsala University,
Yes.
I mean, the strongest, the unique selling point of Uppsala University, I think, is that it's so broad. We cover so many things, so you can always kind of find an expert in whatever you're looking for. And of course, we also have access to what you mentioned before, a very good support system. So both UU Innovation and Uppsala Innovation Center have been very good for us as well. We're still in the accelerator program of UIC. And we have a very good business coach from there, which is also, of course, very helpful.
So is it easy in Uppsala to combine research and doing business?
Yes, I think so, and it's encouraged. I think in a way that maybe it's not in all places. So, yeah.
Yeah, and do you ever feel that you need to choose between research and your involvement in your company, or can you handle both of them?
Yeah, it depends on who you ask, I think. So I'm also like Sarah. I tend to say yes to everything that sounds fun.
Yes.
And it's usually fun to learn new things. And of course, if I mean, both in the research and with the company, you're working towards usually quite well-defined goals. I mean, of course, we want our solution to help patients in the future, and then it's quite easy to kind of put in the extra work and also maybe too much work sometimes.
Yeah.
So it's sometimes you just work more.
Yeah.
Instead of choosing.
And what do you think? What do you think of Uppsala as a city for a growing life science business?
Well, as I said, there's a great support system, so I think that's it's perfect, and it's the perfect starting point. I think, as Sarah mentioned as well, when you come a bit further and maybe you need a bit larger investments, then you need to look a bit outside of Uppsala. But it's very good, I think, for kind of bridging the gap between the university and the first start of commercialization. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a good start.
Yes. Yeah.
Uppsala. Yes. And you have said that my hobby is my job.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yes, it's true. And it is. And so I think it's, I mean, it's what I prefer to do in my spare time besides like hanging out with my family and trying to move around a bit because that's also good for the brain. But yeah, it's. I mean, I've kind of given up trying to find other things to do. I don't really watch TV.
No.
I prefer to read a research paper than a book. So yeah, it's just
Yeah, and for how long has it been like that? Was it since you were a student or?
Yeah, I think since I started university, basically, yeah.
And you have studied not only in Uppsala, but in other
so I did an international engineering degree. So it was just the first 2 years in Sweden, and then I was in France, Spain, Italy. And then I stayed in Italy for a couple of years to work. And then I did my PhD in Leeds in the UK.
Yes. And is that something you feel as well, Sarah? That your hobby is your work?
Yeah, and actually I think the first professor that I met was Ulf, and I was looking for a PhD, and we were sitting in a meeting, and I was trying to get to a PhD position. He said, Sarah, this choice is more important than who you marry.
Yeah.
The subject that you choose.
Yeah.
I think you said that to me then.
Yeah,
and I kind of agree in the after. I mean, I love immunology. It's my life.
So it was the right choice for you then. Yeah, and thank you, Cecilia. And
thank you.
Last but not least, let me introduce our next guest, Ulf Landegren. You're a professor and founder of 10 companies, for example, Olink and Halogenomics.
Yeah.
Many more.
I'm founder of companies that in turn have founded other companies. So.
Yes, yes. Yeah, there's many companies. And is that something you can agree on, Ulf, that your hobby is your job?
To a large extent, I do other things and work and think about companies.
Yeah.
But it's an important, it's very fulfilling.
Yes. And you can look back on 45 years of successful research and commercialization. And this is a true success story. Are you living your dream?
Yeah, no, I'm very happy with how things turned out. It's turned out very differently from what I expected.
Was it?
I never saw myself working with companies at all.
No.
I feel see myself as a fundamental scientist more, and the commercialization has been more of something that happened largely because of my students. Also, they have been extremely important in directing the work, but also because of inspirations from various sources.
Yes, and you have said that you see yourself as primarily as a problem-solving engineer, inventing tools that contribute to better care, research, and knowledge about nature. And you've always also called yourself a DNA carpenter. And how come did you start working with commercialization of your research?
Well, a very important inspiration was my postdoc. I was doing a postdoc at Caltech with Leroy Hood, who's been very important in starting companies in the US and inventing technologies that have been at the basis of molecular biology. I know every year this time he expects to get the Nobel Prize, so every year he's disappointed. But he might be a good candidate for the Nobel Prize because it's really influenced how we do biology. So that was very inspirational, and I happened to invent something when I was a postdoc with him, and we worked closely together with a company that he had created, Applied Biosystem. So I thought that was a very pleasant way of doing academic work, to have do your work, publish your papers and graduate students, but also when that it's appropriate, you may interact with the company. But I had a few false starts before I found the right way of doing this.
Yeah, and you have also said in an interview that you have a vision building a company with a big C and keep it in Uppsala. What did you mean by that?
Yeah, well, this is maybe a failed vision, if you like. Yeah. My feeling was that we had very powerful technologies early on, and I guess I didn't have a really realistic idea how to build a company. You have to make a choice, I guess, between preserving a lot of control or getting a lot of money from somebody. If you get money from somebody, then they will take over your control, and typically they will have a very short-term view on when to make an exit, and then you will have to focus. They will ask you, of all your 20 good ideas, which is the best one, and throw out the 19 others and pursue this one. It makes sense. However, I felt that was unfortunate because there's a lot of synergy between the different ideas. So for a long time, I tried to maintain the possibility of one large company, but it has sort of crumbled, and it's turned into several smaller companies. I have some dream that some of them will merge in the future.
But it's difficult to build a big one.
We have a problem building large companies in Sweden and in Europe. We build companies that are big enough to be sold to American companies, and that's it. And I think that's a problem for Uppsala also. We should have some mechanism to go a little bit further.
Yeah. And as you said, you spent 5 of your early years in the US. And was that important for you?
Yeah, no, I think it was very important. it wouldn't have crossed my mind. I think the feeling was not so. There's a long tradition, obviously, of working closely between academia and industry in Uppsala. The biochemistry institution gave rise to pharmacia, fine chemicals, and so forth. But I wasn't part of that when I was a PhD student. I didn't see that. I even invented something which was quite useful, but it didn't cross my mind to patent it at the time. So it's only by my experience in the US that I had the notion that maybe this was one way you could work. But I think that's much more common now because of many others. The idea that you can be an academic researcher and you can see your ideas being put to good use is more commonplace now.
Yeah. And is Uppsala a good place to run your business?
Yeah, I think so. As has been said, the support system is very good. What has not been mentioned is the fact that we do have a lot of seasoned business people. For us, on the one hand, the very eager and talented young students have been extremely important and contributed fantastically. But also, I've been lucky to have a good contact with several people from industry, and that's been extremely helpful also. This combination of young, eager, technically knowledgeable people who understand the needs, but maybe don't know really how to run a company, but combining them with people with that experience has been very important.
Yeah. And what do we need to build? And what do we need to do to build an even stronger life science industry here in Uppsala?
Well, I think there's still islands that in the university that have not seen the light and do not consider this as a possibility. I think we can try to spread the word further. If you're a PhD student in a lab where nobody has thought about these things, then it's likely that you don't see this as an opportunity, a possibility. So I think we could still spread the notion. Then there are other aspects like funding, raising venture capital, and so forth. Although venture capital is a mixed blessing, as I've said, it is good for one type of business building, but it's not for other types.
No. And I will ask you the same question as I asked Sara. Are you a yes-saying person that says yes to new ideas and projects?
Well, if new opportunities arise, it's interesting to consider them. I don't think I say yes to everything.
No, not everything. And new ideas and innovations pop up all the time. And the day only has 24 hours. But you have said that you always feel you have oceans of time. Even if your PhD students and postdocs sometimes feel stressed because lack of time, you feel that you have oceans of time. Do you have any comments on that?
Well, it varies.
Yeah.
Sometimes things obviously pile up and you feel that you're not doing. And the bad thing about not doing what you should is that often somebody else suffers also. There's a student that needs something. But sometimes you clear up your desk and then you look around, what can I do now?
Yeah.
Then the feeling of oceans of time. This summer, because of COVID and because of summer, there was not so much pressing.
No.
And I also became a pensioner this summer, so I wasn't very happy about this change, and I was a little worried to see that nobody was knocking on my door. But now there's a lot of knocking going on, so the oceans have.
It was only during the summer, maybe. Yes. And tell us about your successful students. You have several of them has started companies here in Uppsala, Stockholm, and sold to the US. And why is it so, do you think? Is it about the environment?
Well, many of the early students came via something we had in Uppsala called the Uppsala Graduate School for Biomedical Research. This was a very valuable mechanism for students to pick out the lab that suited them. So I got students that really fitted in my lab because of this mechanism. I think that was extremely valuable, something we should try to recreate. So I think it was more the students finding me and each other. and inspiring each other. And that way we built an environment that I think was a very good jumping off platform. The students could help each other and inspire each other, and I had some role in this.
Because they had a common interest in...
Yeah, I think many of them didn't really come to my lab to become professors. A few did, but many of them saw this as an opportunity to create a value that they could build something on.
You also get 3 different projects within UGSPR. So you get exposed to different labs and you get a new network, which is also part of doing an entrepreneurial journey. So I think you're completely right. We should really...
It was a very valuable mechanism, and we have not really been able to recreate it. I've been making some attempts. I think it would be an excellent thing for SciLife Lab to do, for instance. I failed to convince anybody about it.
Because then you can try different...
I mean, it's a year, and I went to that school, and it was excellent. I was at Affibody, AstraZeneca. I was in a lab here at Rudbeck. That's where I later took my PhD. I think it's super important.
There's everything to be gained by having the right student coming to the right lab. It's not completely democratic. The less successful labs may by chance get a very brilliant student. But I think the system is better off if the best students go to the best labs. And UGSPR had that quality, as well as more specifically people who were interested in entrepreneurship would come to an environment like that.
And you have also mentioned before education for postdocs that want to start businesses. Tell us about that.
This is actually the idea of one of my very talented students, Olle Eriksson, who's been building a couple of companies. And he now has been proposing that maybe we should create something in Uppsala where there would be a program for postdocs with the intention that they should look around and look for businesses that they could embark on and take care of. And finding the right people, I'm sure that's the same thing for you. Finding the right people to join your efforts is extremely important. If you get the wrong people, nothing will happen. If it's the right people, everything goes by itself.
Yeah, because it's all about the group and a team.
Yeah, and the differences in knowledge that you can have, and that sort of brings a group together and gets stronger.
Yeah, and what other challenges do we have here in Sweden when it comes to this? Building companies.
There's always a challenge to get things off the ground. Everybody has that problem. Maybe we have a little easier time in Sweden. I think the teacher's exemption, the lärarundantaget, is a factor that serves us very well. I think that's part of the explanation. But even so, I think it's always a matter of finding the right technology to solve a problem, or a problem that is of sufficient importance. And maybe not be too early, because if you're really ahead of your time, then your company may not survive. So in the right time, get to the market with a product that solves a problem for everybody, and making sure that you have the right people on board and that the right level of funding. But many of these mechanisms are well developed, and I think we are accomplishing good things in Uppsala and in Sweden.
And what do you think, Sara and Cecilia, about this? Are there any special challenges here in Sweden for entrepreneurships?
I think that the teacher exemption is a valuable thing. But I think that it's also very difficult, because you need to be early on a negotiator. You need to have that money, and you're quite sensitive, because if you embark on something and need to negotiate, you're all alone as more of a private person. Over the years, you build up capital and you build up knowledge and you build companies, and you can have strength behind your requirements and your negotiations, but initially you don't. So you're weak.
Yeah, and you really rely on the researcher in this case really wanting to do it, and having or being crazy enough to actually go ahead and try new things and do everything themselves, because there is this there is a bit of gap anyway, very early on, from when you have the idea and actually doing something with it, because there are many ideas at the university that could be commercialized, but maybe the researcher that has it or that has developed this new thing, they don't want to be an entrepreneur, they don't want to do this. And then I actually, in some cases, I'm not sure the teacher's exemption is the best way, because I see in some other countries where they have, it's more driven by the university. And then in the cases where you have an idea where a researcher does not want to follow it, then you have a different type of system that can actually help out in a different way.
Yeah. So I think that we should, I think it's a good idea to have a teacher exemption. And I think we should have something else that brings together the entrepreneur or the inventor with a person that can do it. Because I think that there's a driving force in having it like this. And there are other systems in other countries and they can work, but the risk is that these offices that take care of the invention don't understand it, and then it still just sits there. So it's a fine balance.
No, I agree that solution would be better. And I think, as you said as well, there are some parts of the university that haven't really realized what to do and how to do it. And I think here, for example, UU Innovation could do something a bit more concrete and maybe like place a person at Ångström, one person at BMC, and have a person that you can just go to, because even though they are close, it's not close enough, I think.
Okay. What is most important in the support system, do you think? We have talked about that we have a good support system here in Uppsala. What is the best?
I think it has to be that the persons in that support system has been themselves exposed to negotiations, to exits, to building companies, to have been out in that environment. And when they come back and be a support person, they can be that navigator that you need to rely on.
So they are experienced.
Very much. Yes. So I think it's important.
What do you think?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. If they have theoretical knowledge, that will not take them so far. So you need people who have seen it from inside, maybe both failures and successes. Question is if these people will join the support system or if they will go on to build their own companies instead. But overall, I think it's working very well. I should say that we have taken advantage of the support system, but not completely, because the company we have built have themselves had the capacity to write patents and so forth. So we have not always relied on the support system. But I think when that has been necessary, and then it's been working very well. And I think it's probably working better here than in many other universities.
And do you have any advice for young researchers that have an idea and want to try this? Do you have any advice to give?
Find yourself support around you and identify people that build knowledge outside your own knowledge bank.
And do you, Cecilia, do you have any?
No, I agree. And I mean, you can always come here to Hubben, I think, and get help. And you will find someone that can help you find someone that can help you if they can't do it directly. So.
And you, Ulf, do you have any advice?
I think the combination of people who have been maybe spending their PhD on something, they will be a good starting point for business, but you also need the industrial experience and the business skills, which I think is difficult to teach at the university. So probably you need somebody who has had that experience. But many people who have been involved in companies are happy now to help others. We see some incubator systems where people who have started successful companies and maybe made exits are now trying to help others do the same thing. Because you need the combination. Just coming straight from the university and building a company without any previous exposure to business, I think is very tough. You need somebody on board at least, maybe a chairman of the board, but preferably maybe somebody working day to day, side by side with the people working on the specific technology.
Because there is a gap to cross over between academia and
I always have a fight with Björn Ekström. Has been my main business partner. So he was the first CEO of Olink, and he always accuses me of not appreciating how hard it is to do the business side of business. But I'm a little irritated with him because I think I fully understand. I think it's really important that you know how to run a business. But then I counter and say that you can't build a business on air. You need some substance also. But you need both. It's not that one is the important part and the other one you can skip. You really need to have both sides.
Yeah, and of course, I think also in your case, that was kind of what we did as well. I found a business person, and then also got the support from the Uppsala system. I think so. It was a good combination.
Yeah, and if I asked Sarah what she dream of 5 years from now, I can ask you as well, Cecilia. Where do you see yourself 5 years from now?
In 5 years from now, this is a very difficult question because we always kind of we're in between having made a great exit or actually having built the company quite a lot. So I don't know, but I know what I want for now. I wanted that question actually. Right now, I just want COVID-19 to go away so we can start our clinical trial.
Yeah, that's true. It gets in the way in that way too.
Yes.
Yeah. And you, as you said, you're retiring now, Ulf, but you are still going on with your company.
The university thinks I'm retiring.
Yeah, the university, yeah. But you are still working on with your
I
company.
continue pretty much as before.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll
And do you
realize
have
my vision of a big company in 5 years' time.
Yeah.
By merging some of the ones.
Yeah.
But we'll see. No, I hope to continue. Probably I'll spend a little bit more time on companies than I have in the past and maybe have fewer students. But I like very much this combination.
Yeah, and thank you very much, all of you, for sharing your story with us. And I hope we meet soon again. And good luck to you, all of you. And now I say hello to the castle. Back to Björn.
2 minuter kvar.
Det är 2 minuter kvar. Okej.
1,5.
Okej.
Know if you can hear me.
Thank you very much, all of you. Again.
Thank you very much. A warm applause for the people at Uppsala Science Park from the castle. So before we go to a break, you know what the drill. We will see some movies from organizations in Uppsala, and then we'll meet Nikolai again and see what he's up to. But first, also, I want to show my extreme gratitude towards Annika, actually, who moderated this session, because it was actually originally meant for Susanna Eriksson to be the moderator, but she turned out to be sick this morning. So Annika had to jump in for this on a very short time. So a great job from Annika. I'm very pleased with the result of this. So with that said, I remind you again about keeping the distances. And with that, I hope that we can run the movies and the clips.
Did you know that sepsis kills a person every 3 seconds? Good health and well-being are essential for sustainable development of our world. The burden of sepsis and antimicrobial resistance are global health problems that need urgent action. At Gradient Tech, we are driven by the mission of improving sepsis patient survival. We are at the front line of rapid diagnostic development, and our goal is to offer personalized treatment in hours instead of days.
Hi, I'm Evelina. I'm CEO and co-founder of Idea Pharma. We were founded in 2016 and are located in Uppsala, Sweden. We're developing an innovation where we have built lactic acid bacteria that produce a human chemokine that accelerates wound healing of wounds and skin, but also mucosa. We got a lot of support from the ecosystem here in Uppsala, where we have a lot of pharma expertise very close by. And this has accelerated our developments, and we're currently in clinical phase. And we think that having the close location to both the airport, but also the larger companies here in the city is of great value. And we also got assistance from Stums here in Uppsala, and we have a very exciting GI project together with them. We have grown over the years, and we've also seen other companies being founded and grown close to where we are, and we think it's a very dynamic environment. And next up for us is to further accelerate our clinical programs. So stay tuned.
At AFRY, delivering sustainable solutions and helping our clients in their transition to a more sustainable business lie at the heart of our business. Within life science, we do this by supporting clients with mapping energy efficiency of their production, recycling of wastewater and solvent, and when implementing new equipment, we use BAT framework, the best available technology from an environmental friendly perspective. Or as an example here in Uppsala, we support our clients with life cycle analysis, where we ensure that new products and packaging meet all demands in terms of both quality and sustainability. Because our vision is to provide leading solutions for generations to come. Tog vi beslut om att minska våra klimatutsläpp med 30% på våra produkter år 2030. Men vi kan inte vänta så länge. Redan i år kommer vi satsa på att energieffektivisera med 13% och vi ser ut att klara det. Vi gör en hel del saker. Bland annat så har vi installerat en värmepump som tar hand om värmen från vårt avloppsvatten som vi använder att värma våra byggnader här på sajten. För att lösa klimatfrågan krävs att vi samverkar. Till exempel så kör Uppsala stadsbussar som använder biogas i år cirka 2 varv runt jorden tack vare avfall som kommer från den här sajten. Jag är otroligt stolt över det vi har gjort. Vi har en lång väg kvar att gå, men jag är helt övertygad om att vi tillsammans kommer klara av det här.
And now we are here from the hub. Can you hear us? Does this work? Yeah, very good. I'm here with Sarah Mangsbo, that also was just on the panel.
Yeah.
And we are live, and you can also see each other.
I see myself.
Sarah, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask a couple of more questions. I think one thing that was very interesting in also your panel and also reading about you is this aspect of being a sustainability ambassador.
Yeah.
Explain a bit more and elaborate a bit more what this means and how also what opportunities this gives.
I think that in terms of the global goals, they reached out to individuals who wanted to be ambassadors and wanted to put a focus on the global goals. And therefore, I was asked to be that ambassador for the Global Goal 3 last year in Almedalen. And for me, I think it's a perspective of both learning more about the global goals for myself, but also putting that in perspective of what should I do as an entrepreneur in terms of thinking about the global goals for myself, and how do I communicate that out, and how can I influence others to think the same way. So I think it's really important both that they put that on me and that I always should consider that when I build a company or when I teach, because I'm a teacher, or when we do inventions in the university, how should those inventions link to the global goals, and how can we work to ensure that? I mean, in every aspect of the development, when you form your company, when you do production, when you do logistics, I mean, every step of that should harbor some component of that. So I think it's truly important, and I think I'm happy that I was exposed to that, and it made me think more about that.
Now the goals are really omnipresent, I think, in the Swedish discourse. We talk a lot about them. They are also as boxes. They are just all around.
Yeah.
When you are in a global context, do you see this equally that well established, or are we maybe a bit ahead, or are we lacking some more engagement on that front?
I think in terms of when I go internationally, I think we see too little of it. It doesn't mean that it's not discussed, but in my research area, I think we talk too little about it. We could put it more in context, I think. But I think when you start to be exposed for it, I mean, then you build that. So you build it from each individual. And I think we teach students that will go out and be ambassadors, and they teach us about that because it's important for the younger generation as well.
Now, of course, you are half or in academia and both in the business world. Tell us and the listeners a bit about your future plans for your venture plans. What will you venture out into next?
Yeah, so I've been in Uppsala Life drug development discovery platform now since 2017. And really what we're trying to build is a new strategy to treat one individual with a certain cancer form with a specific drug. And I mean, we have been talking about personalized medicine, and it is in the clinic. But really, we want in this next company to combine the knowledge of whole exome sequencing with drug development, and that's where we want to go. And I have it's a passion I have right now, this project, really.
When will we see it? How close are you?
Yeah, so I mean, it's starting to come into a company now. I have identified my co-founders, people with knowledge in machine learning and AI, a person that can sort of set sort of that platform, a person with production of biologics, and then a person who has this sequencing knowledge, and then myself. So it's really a team which I've found now that I believe in. And the next step, I hope then before December that we kick off.
All right. Is this your usual way of working? Going from idea, scouting a team, and then executing?
I think that I learned the importance of finding the people that complement me with the journey I had with Immunite. And I think I had people then that I picked up as a team at that point, but I am definitely more strategic now than I was. I learned a lot from the journey, I think.
How do you teach that to your students? Or do you do that experience that you have as an entrepreneur?
I think that I could be a better teacher. I think that since I have so many things ongoing, they could feel left alone. So, but I guess they also see what I do. So in that sense, I'm a teacher, but I know I should communicate to them more than I do.
Sarah, thank you so much for your time. And thank you for being with us today here, and also for this opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you. I can take your microphone, and I'll ask Jonas Oström to join us for a second. I picked you from the... Thank you.
No, I lost.
Oh. Maybe you can hold this right here. Jonas. Överfall. We call this interview. Journalism.
Excellent.
Jonas, you've been listening to this session and also maybe the sessions before. give us an idea how, also present yourself, of course, first of all, and then also give us an impression of what are your reflections from this session that you just heard here?
Okay, so my name is Jonas Åström, and I'm the head of Uppsala University Innovation Office, UUI, some folks are called. And my reflections, especially from the last panel here, is that it's fantastic to hear these researchers and entrepreneurs being able to combine cutting-edge research, cutting-edge entrepreneurial development of companies, and actually father students that founds new companies, and that they find the possibility to do this, and there's basically no conflict, rather an encouragement and an augmentation of the research and the business model, and being able to draw on the support system we have. And I think there were several reflections both on the importance of network between in the research community and also the network in the industrial side and support structure and the crossover. So I think it's important that we try to maintain and build and foster those types of connection, which I think this day is a clear example of. So.
Did you have the chance to listen to the other sessions as well that were streamed?
Yes, yeah, I listen.
No,
we have this system now that beeps when we're too close.
We get too close.
Nikolai, stand back. So I listened into all of them, and I think also hearing Björn's reflection, keeping it together. That I mean, we're part of a macro situation, and the pandemic is changing things, but I think we still see that this goes on. It will find new ways, and it was really interesting to also hear the perspective of how business models are affected by the volatility of the market and where you should place yourself here, being stable or following the flow. So I think there's several ideas and reflections to bring home, and I will certainly do that and start thinking about what type of support should we have for these very complex environments.
Thank you so much, Jonas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Back to the slotted.
Great. So we're back live. Now we're also back at the castle. We have been here for a few times though in the breaks, but now we're actually back here for a session at the castle, and this will be the last session. And this session will also be as the others for 45 minutes before we just have a sum up of the day. And after that, at all locations where you are, if you are live, you will have some food and drinks afterwards to have some mingle with your friends. And if you're back home, I hope that you have prepared with your own food and drinks and so on, so you can have a nice roundup from this conference. We are super thrilled with the program so far, and we will not disappoint you with this session either. I'm super glad that at the start of this session, I will introduce Helena Strigård, who is the CEO of our National Industry Association, Sweden Bio, and she knows everything about life sciences and the climate in Sweden. And she will give a talk or a kind of a reflection about the situation we had. And after that, we will also introduce later on Jenny Nordborg, who is the National Coordinator for Life Science from the government side, and have a discussion with her. And a bit later into the session, we will also invite Malin Sjöberg-Högrell and Andreas Scheutz on stage, and Daniel Forslund on link. And hopefully we can have a good discussion of how we can work together, especially in the capital region, but also in Sweden as well, for our common brand in life sciences. But with that said, I hand over to you, Helena. I'm very glad that you're here, and the stage is yours.
Well, thank you. I'm also very glad to be here because this is sort of my base camp, actually. I was born and raised in Uppsala. I studied here. I got my first job here. So it's really nice to come here physically as well. And I was asked to talk a little bit about building on common needs for competitive advantage. And I'm going to start by making a personal confession. I'm a highly competitive person. And so is my team and my whole organization. And we often take the opportunity to be just a little bit more agile or relevant or visible than whatever organization that we compare ourselves to. And competition is a very positive force in many ways. It makes us perform at our best, individuals, companies, regions, countries. But it can also be a quite disruptive force. And when that happens, we sort of chase the wrong targets. And it can even be that we sort of climb on top of each other just to be able to be the first one to put that flag on the moon. And I think that actually a bit too often, I see in the ecosystem this dynamic where it seems to matter more to be able to add your own flag to a spot that is quite crowded already than to actually contribute and support somebody else's initiative. And I'm the first one to say that I would also quite often be quite tempted to go with that first option because it's the KPI logics that kicks in. But this is what we need to fight. I'm going to start with a really bright example, though. I want you to imagine the largest life science meeting that there is in the world. Some 20,000 life science professionals from companies, investors, researchers coming together to do business and exchange. And of course, this is a pre-COVID example, if you remember that type of world. But in this really amazing big meeting, you will have these pavilions, magnificent pavilions of the life science sector of Thailand, of Brazil, very expensive ones. And then you will have this tiny pavilion of just a few square meters where there's constantly a lot of people gathering. And it's because this pavilion, one of the reasons is because they serve the best coffee at the conference, and this is in the US, but it's not all about that. It's also because they have content, and they've gathered a critical mass of content. And it's the pavilion of one of the hottest, most innovative life science regions in the world, the Nordics. So I'm talking about BioConvention of 2019. That's the example I'm talking about here, where you had this consortium of regions and countries coming together to promote the Nordics jointly as a life science region. And if you think about it, where else in the world do you have 5 neighboring countries which all excel in the same field, the same academic field, the same industrial field? It's quite amazing how complementary we are. I mean, even Iceland, go check out their blue biotech. It's really amazing. So it made perfect sense for us to come together. And this example, it might not seem like a very big step for mankind, but it was a big step for us because just a few years before, you would have all those regions and actors and countries being there, but individually, putting their efforts and their budgets on individual pavilions. So I think you get where I'm aiming at with this. We really need to raise awareness about what it takes to be internationally visible. Because international investors and companies, they don't really have those laser eyes needed to detect brands such as Flemingsberg Science Park or Hagastaden, although those are of course very important structures, local structures. But when we want to be visible to the outside world, we need to think in a different way. And also, when it comes to investors, it's very important that they have one point of entry. And that's why I'm the first one to encourage incubators and university holding companies or all those regional actors to really try to always think about how to be coordinated whenever we want to have that interaction to international actors. And last year, we gathered a group of actors from business and from academia, and we put together this report, which was our input to the National Life Science Strategy. And in this report, we put one of the key recommendations was the need to have a more coordinated approach to how to promote Sweden and the Nordics to the outside world. And we really need that because Sweden is too small when it comes to attracting talent or when it comes to all those, the intelligent capital that we need to fuel all our innovative companies. So that's something which we thought was one of the key elements to address in the National Life Science Strategy. And actually, I think they picked up on a lot of it. Most of our recommendations, they still hold true, but there is quite a lot of activity going on now in the Life Science Office and also in the government that I think is heading in the right direction. And I've given you here some examples from my world, my perspective as an industry representative. But I think that you can probably relate, even if you come from other sectors, the healthcare sector or academia, because we all have those same challenges in terms of joining forces to reach something, a higher aim. And I'm thinking of, for instance, the need to spread best practices within healthcare between regions. Guess you never heard that one before. And also incubators and science parks to really share expertise and contacts so that they can make efficient use of their resources. I would also like to bring up one key point, which is the importance of overcoming the lack of incentive systems for people to move from one sector to another. And not least when it comes to creating incentives for healthcare professionals to engage, put time and energy into clinical trials initiated by companies. So my point in all of this is not to say that we should not have really strong regional efforts or regional strategies. I'm all for it. It's imperative because of course it's on the local level that everything happens in the end. That's where you would have the establishment of new production facilities. That's where you have the patients. That's where you have the taxpayers, not least. So the regional level and the regional strategies, we need them. And we also need them in order to spur a little bit of that constructive, competitive feeling. For instance, as an industry representative for all of Sweden, if I want Uppsala to be a bit more engaged or Lund, the best thing is to mention that, hey, you know, Lund is doing this and vice versa. It always works. So that's quite useful. But at some point, you need to connect the dots between all those local strengths and regional strengths. And whatever level that your organization, your platform is working on, you need to look, okay, what is the level above and how can I contribute? How can my organization contribute to reach that higher aim? And for me, for Sweden Bio, doing that task for us, it means that we should connect with our neighbors in the Nordics. So we're part of this Nordic Life Science Consortium for Life Sciences. We're also constantly looking to connect with organizations in other sectors than our own, both here in Sweden, but also across the world. And our ultimate aim, our higher aim, is obviously in the end that we're in a business where it's about saving lives, improving lives, here and everywhere. Thank you.
Before you get your applause, I hope that we can connect Jenny to the link online. And with that said, an applause for Helena. Very good. I'm very glad you're here, actually. And in terms of being competitive as a country, how do you perceive Sweden?
Better and better. We are progressing. I should say that we were in a very, very nice position this spring. We gathered some statistics. I brought all this stuff. I'm going to show you this report. So we have some data showing that, at least when it comes to the Swedish drug discovery and development pipeline, things are moving in the right way. We have more and more projects, and they are becoming more and more mature. They are highly internationally connected. But this data was collected right before COVID. So we actually went back to the companies and asked them, what is the status now? And it's a little bit too soon to make a big analysis based on this, but we are seeing some really nice signs that although this was really a stress test for Swedish life sciences, it seems we made it through. And that means that I can quite comfortably say that this holds true, the picture that we gathered early on this year.
Sounds interesting, and we see also what happened if there's after the COVID situation, I have to say. It seems like we have some trouble getting Jenny online, so I'll continue to talk to you during that time. So I say, in terms of the kind of mission that Jenny has as being the National Life Science Coordinator, and we are having a life science office actually at the government. What benefits do you see by Sweden having this kind of office?
Well, I think that we haven't fully understood how great this is, what an opportunity it is, because it was so intelligent bringing those three ministries together. So the Ministry for Social Affairs, Healthcare, and Industrial Policies, as well as Education and Research. And although they don't have that many resources, they are not a whole lot of people, but it's on the highest possible level, where all of us who are engaged in life science, we know there is a mandate. We know this is important for the government, but we also need to make use of this in a more intelligent way, because the work is not supposed to happen only from their side. I think that's the most common mistake we do. We start by dwelling on what conditions can change in order for something to improve, instead of looking to our organizations. What can we do to change things? And with this life science office and those ministries coming together, what we actually have is like this node, a center point, which gives us more coordination. There are all these working groups around it. And I think that it's a more efficient way of working. That now that we have this structure, we can also keep more contact with each other. We know what's going on.
Yeah, I agree totally. I know also that you are part of the expert group around the Life Science Office. Would you tell us a bit about how you work with this expert group?
Oh, so I'd say that it all comes down to connecting with other actors that are doers. This expert group, it has a great range of people from different sectors, but the actual work, it's not going to happen there. No. But I think all of us who are in this expert group, we have really nice connections to actors throughout the ecosystem. And there's a lot of activity going on now since we're just starting off a new program period, so to speak.
Yeah. I think it's a good bottom-up approach. And I see that we have Jenny online. I don't know if you hear me, Jenny. Can you hear me?
Yes, I've heard you all the time.
Good, good. So I've been following our discussion then. Then I actually hand over a question to you. How important is it for Sweden to have a strong life science brand?
I think it's a necessity that we have a strong life science brand. And I do think that we have a strong life science brand. We have a great legacy in this field. And I think that we can still rely on that legacy for a few more minutes, but not for long. I mean, the excellence is in our research that we once every year have the Nobel Prize coming up. That's in parallel. You can't find that anywhere else, and we can still benefit so much from that. And that we have the health tech sector, I mean, with the strong biotech and the strong IT sector in that that we have in Sweden, and the creativity and quality that we stand for. I think that Sweden has a lot to offer, and that we have a strong brand.
I agree totally. So how do you perceive Sweden's positioning in a competitive advantage in terms of what other countries can offer?
What we do have, the competitive intelligence that we have in our ecosystem with the innovation hubs that we are working through, for example, the AstraZeneca BioVenture Hub and the Testa Center. Those are only two examples, are quite small examples, but they're extremely agile and really fit the global ecosystem within life sciences. They attract so much attention. I think that the visibility that AstraZeneca has gotten from the AstraZeneca BioVenture Hub is extremely strong. And that is something that we benefit from as a country and as a whole. But I do think that there's so many of the offers that we have that we don't showcase enough in a coherent way from Sweden.
Good. So which countries would you compare us with?
Well, I will say the usual suspects. Of course, you should always compare with your neighbors. I think that the Nordic countries really do stand out, both from Denmark and Finland, in the way that they be able to utilize their health data. I think that the implementation of medical technology in the Netherlands really stands out. The way that UK is working with a holistic view with their investments on infrastructures with the biobanks and Genomics England are really outstanding on that sense. And of course, the strong venture community, both in Singapore, Israel, and the US, of course. There's so many different countries that we should and do compare us with, and where we do have a strong showcase. But that really shows Helena's point that when we go globally, we should go with sort of the Nordic interface or the Swedish interface, and maybe not from Uppsala and Skåne and Västra Götalands region in parallel.
So when we talk about comparable countries, we mean all of them.
we mean all of the best, but because we can only stay ahead if we compare with the best. But having said that, there's a reason to compare with the best. We have one of the, of course, best healthcare systems in the world, as we should. And if we want to stay ahead also in providing the best health care, the best care and the best preventative system, we need to adapt to the best offers that are there now. And maybe that is something that we need to work on more in Sweden, the implementation part.
Sure. And able to achieve that goal, how important is it for us to have a good collaboration between the different regions that we have in Sweden, especially the strong life science regions?
I think that is important to take us to the next level. I think that also COVID has shown that in the way that we've been able to work with national infrastructures that, like the SciLife Lab and regions, both working within regions, but also across regions, with collaboration. That has been very important for us. And to take us to the next level, if we are going to attract more clinical studies, if we are going to attract larger investments and really attract the really strong talents, I think that we need to work jointly across Sweden. And everybody realized that. We all say that in these different meetings, and I think that there's a we are really at crossroads if we are going to make it to the next level, and I do think that we will, because it's so much a common vision now, not to build yet another parallel project, but really to build on what's really working, what can really stand out. But it's easier said than done.
Yeah, sure. So please stay with us, Jenny, because we will have some perspectives from our regional representatives. I hope that maybe we can get Daniel online. And at the same time, I would like to invite Malin and Andreas from Region Uppsala on board. Malin is the president of the County Hospital Board, and Andreas is the Director for Research and Innovation in Uppsala. A warm applause to you. Please. I hope that this is enough to keep a distance in between you if you go there. Yeah, this one, please. Do we have Daniel online?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Nice to have you, Daniel. And Daniel is the commissioner for the County Council in Stockholm. I'm very glad to have you. I will start with you, Daniel. I know that you're working with a life science strategy at the moment in Stockholm. If you could just tell us a bit about your approach to that work.
Well, thank you for being here and being invited to this good seminar. Well, from the Stockholm region, we are, as Uppsala is doing right now, we are elaborating a regional strategy for life sciences to follow the national strategy, because we can't only work on the very general level. We have to be very specific on how we are to realize those goals. And from Stockholm, we have been focusing on several aspects, both the more general aspects when it comes to how life science companies could grow and thrive in our region, but foremost also how we can, from the region of Stockholm, use our capacities to further make development in this area easier, focusing on health data, for example, how we can form a new initiative with all our care providers, both public and private, on how to facilitate the safe capture and analysis, and then make use of data for research and for both life science companies and for our researchers at our universities in the region. And there we see that we can do much more with our neighboring regions as Uppsala, and also our municipalities to hopefully in the future also capture data from elderly care and from social care, so we can really make some efforts there to make a new and strong basis for research in the future.
Great. I also know that the reason why I want you here is also I know that you have a very high ambition with your life science strategy. Would you like to tell us about it?
Well, yes, we do. Both Stockholm and Uppsala, together we are the strongest life science region in Sweden already, and one of the strongest in Europe. So I think we should have high ambitions in this work. And I see that building on initiatives that we have been establishing jointly together as iLife Lab here in Stockholm, Solna, and Scandion Clinic in Uppsala, we can really build also physical initiatives. We were the first regions also establishing innovation offices, not only at our universities, but also in our university hospitals. Now spreading that work more jointly together could also facilitate the much achieved link between healthcare and life science companies to try the new medtech solutions, to try the new innovative treatment methods, for example, live in our hospitals, and build an innovation structure linking the pharma industry, the medtech industry, and our universities and hospitals. I think that is our ambition, to really form that kind of strong alliance between the different sectors in this parts of the sector and also between the regions in order to strengthen us towards our competitors in the world.
Great, thank you, Daniel. Stay with us. I will talk to the Uppsala representatives here, and I know that Malin is actually have the same party affiliation as Daniel as well. Malin, I turn to you and I ask: is it possible also to find a collaboration on a political level in between the two regions, for instance, Uppsala and Stockholm?
Definitely, and I think that maybe that's not something we have done so much so far, but I do think that's definitely possible. And if you look at the way that it's structured at the moment, then it's exactly the same parties that's in the majority in Stockholm as well as in Uppsala. So I think that's a huge opportunity for us to actually be able to find even more collaborations going forward.
Great. Andreas, I turn to you. I know that you have a very good insight in the kind of strengths that we have both in Uppsala and Stockholm. What would you see would be to benefit us as a capital region, so to say?
So, yeah, I think there are plenty of opportunities where we can work even stronger together. I think Daniel mentioned already a long list, and SciLife Lab definitely is one of the strongest research infrastructures in Sweden and perhaps Nordics or Europe. And I'm sure we can utilize the strength of SciLife Lab much more than we've done already in many sectors, because the scope of SciLife Lab is so wide, and it is at least in practice operational collaboration between Uppsala and Stockholm universities, although it's a national facility. And particularly I'm thinking about the diagnostic development platform, and it's the work it's done to translate high throughput methods like next generation sequencing, which is the need for the healthcare. So we see the link between basic research to the applied research and the implementation in the healthcare system, eventually benefiting the patients. I think to look at the whole chain of events, I think is necessary, and to ensure that we have resources following this chain of events. That's very important.
Yeah, great. I turn back to you, Malin, and I know that since you are the president of the hospital board, and the kind of hospital setting is one of the most important, evidence generating, environments that we have. Is there a way also where we can collaborate in between the different university hospitals in Sweden?
There is already a lot of different collaborations between the university hospital here in Uppsala as well as in Stockholm. But I do think that what we have to work on even more is to make it easier for the life science companies to be able to come into the hospitals and try new medicine for the future, so that today we have a lot of bureaucracy and it's not that easy always to be able to come into the hospitals. And I think that's something that's key going forward. And if we together, Stockholm and Uppsala, can be in the front line of that, trying to be able to find how can we find the joint ventures and be able to get the companies into the hospitals to do the testing, I think that's key. Otherwise, we're going to be behind. Otherwise, companies will go somewhere else and do the testing of the new medicine that's going to be there in the future. And we have to be able to open the doors and make sure that it's easy to be able to come in and do that.
Great, thanks. I turn back to you, Daniel, so you don't get restless over there in your office. I see that, of course, it's a easy task to bring Uppsala and Stockholm together, but Sweden is much more than the capital region, and also actually on Nordic level, like we were discussing initially in this session. How do you see? What do we need to do more of? Do you see in able to collaborate better?
Well, Malin mentioned several aspects, specifically facilitating the link from the life science industry towards the healthcare sector. I think we do need to collaborate between all the regions of Sweden, because it is a bureaucratic and very troublesome road to get even an answer. Could this hospital take part in a clinical study, for example? Could we try this medical technology in a hospital? We need to be better jointly between the regions. And speaking for the Swedish Association of Local Authorities and Regions, we are now establishing a new process on how to strengthen our collaboration, not only introducing innovative pharmaceuticals, but also introducing new technologies. And I also think that we do need to open the doors also to the new parts of this industry, as the startups, the innovators, the entrepreneurs. and also collaborate with our science parks in the Uppsala-Stockholm region, and also link towards other regions in Sweden. Because if we can specialize in between the regions when it comes to the development of new innovative health technologies or pharmaceuticals, we can also be stronger together between Stockholm, Uppsala, Skåne, and Västra Götaland, for example, towards other leading parts of the world, in the UK, in the US, or in Asia. And I think we need to stop competing against each other in Sweden. We need to collaborate more closely so that we can take on the competition of the world. Otherwise, we will not have this strong role in 10 years ahead. We really do need this collaboration, I think.
Great, thank you very much. I actually asked the same question to you, Andreas. What do we need to do more of in able to be successful in the collaboration within Sweden and Nordics?
Well, I couldn't agree more with Daniel than saying that we are so small, and I know you personally put a number on how small Uppsala is in the global scale. I don't remember, it was so small. So certainly we have to collaborate with our friends in Stockholm, in Skåne, and in Umeå, and wherever they are, or if they're in Finland, Norway, or Denmark. That's for sure, to bring out the strengths. And you know, one size doesn't fit everyone. So when you come with an offer which is based in all of the Nordics, there is a higher likelihood that we find a fit with the partners we're looking for, whether they are in South Korea, India, or the United States. Together we can offer much more. And I want to say one more thing when we are promoting Sweden or the Nordics abroad, that one thing we often forget, we speak about SciLife Lab, we speak about our good train systems, etc., but we forget a few of the basic things that we don't think about on an everyday scale. And it's our welfare system, it's our relative safety in even in Uppsala and Stockholm, and the you know, the clean air, the pure water to drink. If you go further away than Europe, these are attractive, you know, parameters for people who decide to move somewhere else. So let's put it into the package and promote a very good lifestyle and a good value of life in the Nordic countries also. Don't forget about it.
Great, a great point actually. And I turn to you, Jenny, I hope you're still with us. I know that even if we talk about that we can collaborate on a regional level and so on, I also know that sometimes it could be a bit tricky to work in between the regional and the national level, but I also know that you have an initiative about partnerships. Would you like to tell us a bit more about that?
Yes, I think at the same time as we launched the National Life Sciences Strategy, we also started a new partnership between the regional and national level, just to strengthen that implementation of the life science strategy that will happen in the region. It can be mandated from the national level. It can be facilitated from the national level through regulation, through funding specifics, through national infrastructures, but it will happen in the region. And hopefully it will happen amongst the regions, not in parallel. And I think that so many things have happened during this year in a positive direction when it comes to life sciences. I think that we see so many new holistic initiatives from the regions, and I do believe that we are entering a new era for Sweden in coming together. And what I hope for the future, I must say I love hearing to put the stress both from Uppsala and from Stockholm, really stressing that we need to be better on implementation of new innovative treatments, both when it comes to pharmaceuticals, the new advanced therapies, to medical technologies, and to open up as an innovation platform for small and medium-sized companies. And that needs to, you as politicians also need to follow up your organization. In what way do they do that? How do they perform this year compared to last year? We need to get that on the agenda for next year. I will follow up you on that, and you will follow up me on that. So let's shake on that, because I think that is a necessity for change. And I also have another wish. I want for healthcare to speak more of the facts and figures of industry, and I want industry to speak more on the facts and figures of healthcare, to be able to compare in that sense, because it all comes together. And I didn't mention that from the start, but it has really been a discussion all during the during the sessions this afternoon. Sweden is a very strong exporter of life sciences. We are one of the leading nations when it comes to research, development, and exports of biologics, for example, when it comes to implementation of AI in imaging diagnostics, for example. And those facts and figures also need to be put together to showcase what we actually can do.
Thanks. I see that you're eager to say something, Daniel, so please.
Yes, I am, and I couldn't agree more to Jenny, because this is so important that we not only work with overall strategies, we do need action plans, and that is what we are now doing in Stockholm, in parallel to building our strategy and now having it for a large hearing between all the stakeholders in this sector. We are identifying already specific areas for action plans where we are to work with both concrete hands-on innovation in clinical setting, but also policy innovation when it comes to our own regulatory framework in the region. And we will try to also influence the national government to take away obstacles, for example, using health data and making research available in a faster way. So I think that's an area which we do need to work together between regions to make sure that we can do this in a legally and integrity-wise in a good way, but still make clinical use of data in a better way than we could before.
Yes, thanks. And I think that's also coming over to Region Uppsala. I leave it open to any of you to answer it, but the future is obviously being data-driven in terms of both healthcare and development. What are we doing in Uppsala in terms of being strong within this field?
I mean, I can start and Andreas can fill in. I would say that the main focus has been so far that we have, to be able to start to collect data. I would say that it was already mentioned here around AI and radiology, and there we have some pilots. We have a smaller hospital here in Region Uppsala. They are already working on that together with the Uppsala, or the Akademiska, the university hospital. So I think that we are already trying out different kind of things. When it comes to data storage, I think that we are probably not as advanced as they are in Stockholm yet. We are discussing that, but we haven't come as far. But I do agree with Daniel that the data-driven healthcare going forward is something that we really need to work a lot more on. And I think that the regions are in general behind the companies. So I think that we need help. We need a lot more collaboration between us and the healthcare sector to be able to actually use the data in a good way. We have a huge amount of data, but we're not that good always to be able to present it, show it, use it in the correct way, to analyze it. And we have started some work on that, but I would say that we have a long way still to go. I have a background from the private sector within life science, and when I started to work as a politician, I would usually say that it was like going back 20 years when it comes to looking at data. So that's why I keep on saying that we are behind and we need the help from you guys to be able to work on that, especially on also just helping the employees within the hospitals. It has been a lot of focus on making it easy for you and me to be able to get in contact digitally with the doctor or the nurse or something, but we haven't focus so much in Sweden to look at how can we help the hospitals to utilize the data that we actually have stored there in all the different systems that we have. We have a ton of systems. Every time I do a visit to the university hospital, I learn about at least 3 new systems. So we have so many systems and so much data, and we just need to help out each other to be able to use it in the right way. But there we are talking about it. We have started some work, but we have a long journey still to go.
Sounds really promising. Andreas?
Yeah, maybe I could fill in on this very good point by Malin to bring in the national context also, because regions in Sweden are relatively small in population numbers. And when we are now using more and more advanced systems and collecting more and more data, as Malin already alluded to, we have seen that to make use of the data, we need to share data, and we need to find ways to safely and legally use the data for other usages than the direct diagnosis of you as a patient. For example, decision support systems based on genetic sequencing and precision medicine require a sharing of data, which is not allowed today. So we are struggling in national projects to figure out how to get around this. And we're talking to Jenny repeatedly about it. And we're trying to bring up more and more evidence and details of where we need a change, perhaps in the legislation or the interpretation. This is difficult, and it needs a national effort to solve it, simply.
Great, thanks. I turn back to you, Helena, now. You have been silent for a while, and I haven't asked you any questions, but now I will ask you a few questions to round up this session. And what we're hearing now, you see that we all agree that we can work together, at least in the capital region, and also maybe as a country as a whole with the other strong life science regions, Nordically, internationally, with companies as well.
Yeah, well, it all sounds very good. I'm happy to hear this holistic approach that we seem to share. I like to pick up on a few things that were mentioned. For instance, I can mention that, I mean, whenever we are, as industry representatives in international settings, we talk just as much about academia and healthcare as we do about our amazing life science companies, because that's actually one of our key selling points, if you will, if I'm allowed to use that lingo, but that we do have, after all, quite a lot of nice connections between those sectors. We need to improve, but when we want to impress internationally, this is really a key selling point. So being able to talk about these research infrastructures, for instance, that's a huge asset for me as an industry representative, and I'm trying to gain the attention and attraction from big pharmas or investors or whatever. And speaking of these infrastructures, I would say they're like national treasures, but we don't really treat them as such. We actually asked our companies if they have access to these infrastructures. And it turns out that the access is to a very high extent depending on if you are in that region or not. So we have, of course, Life Lab in the Stockholm-Uppsala area, being used by the Stockholm-Uppsala area, and we have Max 4 and a lot of nice things going on in the southern regions. But this, I think, sort of reveals how we have come a bit of this important, we have come a bit on the way, but we need to work more coordinatedly on a national level to make sure that the access to these infrastructures is not just regional.
Great, thanks. Jenny, you will get the last word. I will ask you, do you feel after this discussion, do you feel encouraged that the regions will provide you with all the support that you need in able to fulfill the life science strategy on a national level?
I feel very much encouraged that we will all work towards this direction, and it's going to be super complicated still, and that's why we need to do it jointly.
Great. So with that, I'm super pleased to have you here. Thank you, Malin. Thank you, Andreas. Thank you, Daniel, for calling in. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Helena. And with that, I end this session. So a warm applause to all of you. And thanks. Make a safe step. Oh, sorry. So the time is actually, we're almost at the end. It's 4:45. We promised you a program until 5 o'clock. And this is the point where we look into summarizing this event. I don't know what you have been thinking of, what you have been taking with you, and so on. I know at least that one person has learned a lot during this day, and that's my colleague Mikolaj. And I welcome him to the stage. He has been to every other hub in this program, and now he's actually here. A warm welcome to you. You've done a great job. Yeah. Great job.
That's not COVID safe.
No, it's not. Sorry. A great job. And I like that when I approached Nikolai to help us with this, being a reporter on the go, he didn't ask for any directions or any instructions at all. He just said, okay, I'll do it. And you did.
Well,
it was great.
I love my Vespa, so that's all. And I did some 14 kilometers.
Okay. In total?
In total, so just for the expense report I need.
Okay, sure. Take that with.
So these 14 kilometers are just, it's an amazing pleasure and such an experience in a city not that big, having so many hubs, so many places, so close by, where you can, and you hop in and you have this, you open the door and in all the hubs, especially also the way how you experience this maybe here, you have all these engaged, super qualified, super motivated people that want to meet, want to work, create the future together, and it's fantastic to see. Such a pleasure.
Great. So what did you take with you from this day, from what you learned?
I think there's a clear this attitude of we need to work, we need to do that, we need to meet again, we need to work towards a common goal, a common future. There's a clear. I hear a lot, and this is something that in my earlier life, I would say. So I worked quite a bit with Tel Aviv on similar questions, and there it always struck me of everybody knowing what to say about the venture industry in Tel Aviv, and we're starting to get there. I think we're starting to be on a level where whenever you talk to anybody, I just picked people out of the room and said, "So what do you think?" And they were communicating very clearly, very strongly on what Uppsala is good at, and this is our mission. And this is I was really impressed of this very high level of awareness and high level of being. Also, I think what was it? Somebody said here the lingo just recently. Was Helen, this, what I think you would call sales talk, is very much what we need, and it's very much, and I think it arrived, and we agree on that seemingly. So I was very impressed by that. I think it's very much what we need in such a competitive environment, in such a future where all these things matter, bits and pieces matter.
So it's a good spirit and a good culture.
Very much so. I mean, as a neo-Uppsala boo, I have to say, when you come here and start to live here, also, then I would go with my kids to Pelle Svanslös Vandring and look at Pelle Svanslös places. Everybody knows Pelle Svanslös Vandring. Well, we should do a life science wandering. We should so much share this experience that I were able to have here with all of us, to see both general public and also the expert side opening up these doors into all these high qualified world standard hubs.
So you think we should keep this kind of concept of having a distributed or decentralized kind of event where we can make it into a festival?
Well, I think this is genius. This is fantastic, and one of the maybe very few things where I say thank you, COVID. We would never have done that. I guess because we are used to trying to collect, of course, and of course it would be nice to have everybody in one room, but we can't. No. But by doing that, we just open up, and you and students, we just open up this plethora of hubs that we otherwise talk about. Back there's Green Innovation Park. Well, you need to go there. You need to see. You need to feel, and you need to understand. So I think it was a very good dynamic in including all these hubs.
Yeah, I touched upon that in the opening session, that we need to adapt to change, so to say. So anything that surprised you at any of these hubs, or what you learned?
Well, yeah, I think that the surprise maybe is that we are much better in kind of understanding and agreeing on where we want to go, very often I think we have to our impression of ourselves is very often that we're not that good in selling ourselves. We're not that good in maybe understanding what the future, sometimes at least, there's this feeling of we should be pushier. I think we're just on the right level. I think we're doing very well in understanding what here's the very clear avenue coming from a strong past into where we could be going altogether as a region and as a society in general.
Great. Yeah, definitely. I learned a lot during the day, and I'm very pleased with the program. And I would say that in the first session from Green Innovation Park, I think we learned a lot about the diversity of life science. I think in the second session that we had from Uppsala Business Park, we learned more about the volatile kind of environments and the future that is kind of uncertain for many of us, and that we need to act on a different way in terms of strategy. And in the third session, it's quite obvious that there's a lot to learn from exchange in between academia and being an entrepreneur and so on, back and forth, not just once, not just making one invention into a company and going back and forth again and again. And I think that all of them proved that very well. And from this session, it's quite obvious that we need to do something together on a national and maybe Nordic, even maybe European level to be able to be competitive. I would also, I'm super glad what you did. I also would like to emphasize that even if only a few people have been seen here on stage, I have to say there's a lot of people have been working very hard to make this event, and I'm very thankful for all of their support. And I have never been texting so much during one afternoon as I've been doing today, and able to keep everything working together. So I would like to have a warm applause to all of you who have been preparing something, been attending something, or been inspired by something, or just by collaborating with us in this way and making this event into this success. So thank you very much. And with that, I close this session.